Hey, welcome in, Stormy. Congrats on first. Solo Twitch strikes again. Gotta do better, Ryuk. Gotta plan for it.
Just a load of this.
Stings, doesn't it?
Real cool kids plan for every eventuality. Sorry, I was posting my links. I was looking away. I didn't even see chat. You got a plan for me to be late? Plan for me to be early? Plan for me to cancel? Ads in about 3 minutes, by the way. Yeah, you know what? I'll take that. I have been really good about being on time. Ah, see, there you go. And since Stormy's made that point, no stream tomorrow. No, I will be streaming tomorrow. I plan to, at the very least. But it's true, I have been way better about being on time. Not that that's helped me at all, but I am on time now. Oh god, no, I'm not doing one of those again. I did a 24-hour one, and that's good enough for me. That was a long time ago. I'm not doing it again. I am good on that. It sucked. I was sleepy. That's 5 more hours? Well, 5 more hours from where I am right now? Not bad. 5 more hours from 24 hours? Pretty bad. For context, I played, sorry, I can't even fucking remember the games I play. Minecraft. I played Minecraft. And I played Sonic Adventure. Yeah, Sonic Adventure. And you know what? It sucked. It was terrible. I was sleepy. I was tired. Get over that hurdle around hour 16 and you're golden? No. No, I did not. So I played, it was Sonic Adventure when I fell asleep. Like, I was on stream. I was going into a cave. I think I was going towards, it was like a big boss area or something. And I kept getting lost, and I didn't know where I was going. So at a certain point, I shut my eyes for just a second. I was just blinking. And apparently, for like 3 minutes, I had dozed, and Sonic was just jumping over and over again into the wall of the cave. In hindsight, it was pretty funny. But at the time, I was very tired. Though Brightside didn't fall asleep during Minecraft, so... Wait, is that a funny way of saying you want me to be late again, Ryuk? I didn't even process that until, like, just now. Should I start being late again, you think? So is this a funny way? So it isn't a funny way of saying you want me to be late? Tell you what, to keep up old habits, I'm gonna start scheduling streams for 11:30, but not showing up till noon. I'm waiting for 10 minutes, by the way. If it ain't clear yet. I always try to wait at least till 10. Ooh, sorry, was that if that was loud. I don't know why that damn door is so loud. I think it's because this desk didn't come with, what are they called? That you put, like, on cupboard doors and it prevents it from, like, slamming closed. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe those don't actually exist and I'm insane. I'm not gonna discount the possibility. I've made stuff up in my head before that didn't actually exist, but I thought did. Open this really fast before I forget. This is the pause menu, by the way. Don't worry, I'm not gonna change anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, it seems like the game did not appreciate being all minimized for quite so long, because it may have done a crashing. At the very least, it's not coming up. Roottrees, hello. Okay, I guess I get to close it. I said I guess I get to close it. Oh, there it goes. Oh, nope, never mind. Well, I'm just not responding now. Fantastic. Okay, note to self. Roottrees Are Dead does not like being alt-tabbed. That is something I should keep in mind. Do not alt-tab the Roottrees Are Dead. Uh-oh. Is it even gonna launch now? Roottrees, please. You worked so fine after Pine A Story of Loss. What's the issue? Roottrees? Well, this ain't a great sign. Oh! There we go. Okay, can I get a thumbs up that it's on stream? So somebody tell me if it's appeared on stream. I'm too scared to alt tab the fucking thing. Oh yeah, I could just search all. Oh shit. Okay, I need to do that then. Diamond. Leroux. No. Below? No, I don't remember her name. Diamond. No. Damn it. Wait, did I ever... Okay, Gwen Rootree, yes. Where is... Oh, Jane LaRue. Oh. Wait, no, I do have a picture of her. Hold on. This one. Aw, yeah. Sweet beans. Alright, I guess I have to alt-tab. Okay, thank God the game has appeared. We are balling. Okay. So I assume this top secret thing, by the way, is just that... Like... The out-of-wedlock child, which... I already know about, but I don't remember their name, so that's a win, I guess. Hey, how you doing, Fox Clone? Alright, let's see, where to start for today. Let's start with finding out Elias Jr.'s wife's name. Why don't we? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm shockingly hungry. I do not know why, but apparently so. I'm in a terrible mood? I'm sorry, Fox. What happened? Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Wait. Wait, why did I put that here? That's their spouse. Patricia Christensen is her mom. Oops. Lights went out? Oh, your power's out? I'm sorry. What happened? Was it just a big storm? Spawn said, oh, okay. Never mind, it's back. Oh, hey, good shit. I had to say, usually when the power goes out, if it's like a quickie, you know, comes right back on. Wait, hold on. Let me deal with the stars. Where's the... Oh, here it is. Okay, not Red Rootree. Gwen Rootree, I have that marked. Jim Rootree. Okay, so the remaining star must be Jim then. Yes. Won't change tomorrow. Oh, so it's gonna go back off tomorrow? Thought it was Jim. Oh, I guess Jim's full name is James. Okay. Let me look up Jim. Aha. Jim Roottrees seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. Wait, what? Okay. Interesting. But, why will power be out for 7 hours? That's kind of wild. Only articles you find is from 1979. The article is titled, Former Butler County Resident Enters Disco Charts. Oh, that means this is him. Oh, shit. Okay, so he's, a singer? Musician. Aw, sweet beans. Guess I gotta fix something? Ew. That's kind of gross. Oh, wait, no, this is Diamond LaRue. But isn't this also Diamond LaRue? Have I sorely misunderstood who the LaRues are? Uh-oh. What is this game about exactly? Okay, so these are the three Roottrees children, the three Roottrees daughters. Okay. They died in a plane crash with their dad. This is Carl. These guys, they're rich, big rich family. Started a family trust fund, essentially, and the lawyers are very strict about who they give the money to. So they need somebody, me, to outline the entire family tree. And that's what I'm doing now. But woefully, no one has kept track except for me. Not even I haven't either. But most likely an assassination. We don't know yet. All we know is that the plane went down and a lot of people died. So like not just them died because it was a public plane, but they died too. So you know we've got to deal with that. Wait, so who was? Article came out. Right is rolling on down to the city, was hitting its peak popularity. There isn't much to the article other than what you already know, but it does mention that at the time, Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. But damn, does that mean Diamond was getting around or some shit? Because Diamond was married to Clark Rafferty. Alright, good luck. Okay, well, maybe... No, but I can't put her in 2 spots. Okay. Maybe this is her, then. I guess. Because Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old daughter they named Candy. So Candy... Presumably Candy's... Oh, no, Candy is her... Okay. Candy is her real name. Okay, my bad. Wow, that's rough. I'll just go to the regular... Sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife, Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rolling On Down to the City. Yes. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered to be the band's lead singer. Has its fan who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. Released music through the 80s and 90s. Other albums you find are Cherry Tree and Sounds of Laughter. Ah, got a picture. Sick. Jim and Diamond, you find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to the Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. Oh, that's pretty nice. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. It's cool, not pathetic. Fuck you. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Jim and Diamond's youngest son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Okay, interesting name. So, Wolf Roottrees, I guess. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's actually their names? Okay, well. None of my business, I guess. Okay, well, let's look up... Let's go back. I wanted to look up the other albums. So... Cherry Tree. Pretty general search term. Right. Album. Here it is. Album by Jim and Diamond, released in 1995. It wasn't professionally reviewed, though diehard fans of Jim and Diamond online say it was returned to form. The CD was apparently so hard to find in stores, some fans have resorted to selling cassette bootlegs of it. There's a music commerce website that claims to sell the album, but it's sold out. You do find a short sample of one of the songs called Sun. Okay, and then we have Sound of Laughter. Album by Jim and Diamond, released in 1989. You can't even find a picture of the cover. Okay. Major bum fest there, but that's fine. I guess. Doesn't appear to have been very successful, and reviews are middling. Basic liner notes exist on a fan page. States that the lyrics and guitar are credited to Jim, and the vocals to Diamond LaRue. Okay, let's look up the Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. Okay, I mean, that's a little sad. Like, for them, I mean, to mention that in a review. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening acts, but this one was unusual. And not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. Ah, okay. I follow. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. Ah, okay. So they're not really doing it for money. Huh. Fair enough. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby. The 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador. Okay. Oh, same thing. Okay, let's search up Beef Beef Baby. Song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter. Could it be a euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or resources to look into it further. Damn, that's wild. Let's take a look. Conquistador. CD from the band called the Floozies, only available at their live shows. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Okay. Let's see if we can look that up then. The Floozies. And then I'll look up Candy first. No. Okay, so Nina. What was the other one? Nikki. No? Okay. Well, let's look up, I looked up Conquistador already, right? Yeah. Next. Cherry Tree is an album by Jim and Diamond, and one of these songs is called Sun. The website you found did not have a full version, but you found a short preview. I got a text, apparently. Sorry, I just texted my wife back. We managed to find a short preview of the song's chorus. Jim sings the following. There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone, from her starting days imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart, in part I'd never be alone. In my heart I'll always be the son of. Well, I mean, I know your dad's name. Sorry, do I need to listen to the song? Hold on. Damn, okay. If it helps, it should rhyme with alone. Does that help us at all? No. Maybe I can look it up in the periodicals? Unlikely. No, I didn't think so. Let's take a look at this. Found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond at their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. The description said it includes a picture of his son, Wolf, listening to his parents' latest music. Okay, so I have a picture of Wolf. Good job. And a picture of Candy. Hey! Who did I get? Okay, so Gwyn locked in everyone on the notable Roottrees list. Hell yeah. Sick. Okay, and I locked in a bunch of different extra bits. Huh? Hello.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
So you're one of the Roottrees, then. You're probably the one born out of wedlock, if I had to guess. Since it would make the most sense for you to be invested in who goes where. Or what goes where, rather.
I'm a Roottree.
But which one?
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay, 15 more. Gotcha. Word. I'll keep it in mind. I still have another piece of document, I think. Okay, so I don't know Wolf's Can I put child? Baby. But he's old enough not to... Baby? I don't know. I don't know what Wolf Rootree is up to. Let's look him up. So, what you got going on, Wolf Rootree? Nothing? Okay, fair enough. So you look like a child, though, is kind of what I'm coming up on. And I'm not going to know what you do outside of that, you know? Oh, this is just the story so far. Huh? Ah, gotcha. Okay. WRTD. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segment at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. Okay. During the interview, it is revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse." Roottrees curse. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on a black background. Okay. That says the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update with Carl, Brenda, and their girls. That makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Just this week, Carl dies in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull? Okay. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us. Okay. So Chris Raff, that's going to be Chris Rafferty. Probably one of his kids then, if I had to guess. On account of the fact that his name ain't Chris. I'll look that up later. Ask him to take down a site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof is fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Okay. The first entry is from 1996. I'm actually gonna highlight this instead. First entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT29. Okay, RT29. Website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Let's look up a Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood has a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. How? That doesn't even fit. I mean, I guess 2000 starts with a T, but that's 2 words. And then in the year 2000, anyone who is drunk Spirit Cola will die. Can you imagine dying because you drank Dr. Pepper? Oops, drank the wrong soda. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Number, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply by the current year, by the same stock's price, then add those 2 numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 66. Yeah, because that's how fucking math works, buddy. Oh, boo, I can't even look up his articles? Come on. Boo, okay, whatever. Alright, so what did I say? This one. Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't want to. Well, fine. I just want to highlight it and give it a search-arita. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals. That's how candy works. And this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over? Indeed. And that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. God, I wish. Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol. Polyricinoleate. Polyricinoleate, I guess. An ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it was first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten the Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol, blah, 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 and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and used widely across many products. Okay, so bullshit. Let's look up Chris Raff here. Might take me to a website. Oh, I got a new file. Cool. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy. They list the author's email address as chrisraff75. Yeah. Below, a bunch of GIFs that say under construction that are a few art pieces. The first art is a painting captured me and my fiancée Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give to her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. I'm going to look up what a tartan is real fast. Mascot of Carnegie Mellon University. Gotcha. Thank you. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose. So I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins." Okay, so this is gonna be... So this is a Rafferty. So probably either this kid or this kid. This is going to be first cousins. This is going to be second. And these guys over here... No, wait, these are all going to be second cousins. Because these are first cousins. These are second cousins. And I'm relatively certain so are these. Wait, no, these would be second cousins. Okay. Maybe I don't know, because golly cousins get fucking weird. Anyway. This includes Davy. He swims for Yukon. Okay. Davy. And Bethany. Bethany. Picture, she's Davy's younger sister. Just gonna highlight that whole fucking thing. And Stephanie, who is an only child. Okay, I will make sure to highlight that too. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled. You've downloaded a new application, PixPop, to edit the photos. Oh, so that's how I edit things. Okay. So this is Chris and his fiancée, Lulu. So, presumably, Chris is going to be the only married person then. And these two are going to be like young kids. So I'm guessing this is going to be Chris. And this is going to be... Oh, there we go. So, Lulu. I'm going to guess Louisa. That's the only one that starts with an LU. And you're going to be Chris with a job in art. Probably. Anyway, let's, before I get unscrambling, let's look up... Stop that. Let's look up Davy Yukon. Davy Yukon. No? Okay. Bethany. Maybe I'll look up Davy Roottrees. No. Bethany Roottrees. No. Wait, did I fuck up Roottrees? No. And Stephanie was only child, and the last one is Stephanie Roottrees. No. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let's check out this, interesting. That's very funny. Alright, Pixpop me. Let's start with Cousin Zoomed. Huh. This is giving me eyeball cancer. I don't like this even a little bit. I think that's right. That's gotta be right. That's gotta be right. I hate this. Okay, never mind. It's getting easy now. At least all I did was zoom. That makes this significantly easier. Right there. Her head's too small for some reason. And there we go. Sweet. Dicho Tumai? I don't know what that means, but Dicho Tumai. Cousin rotated. Rotate with your mouse wheel or left click. Damn, rotating's even easier. Okay, sick. I love things being easy. Hell yeah. Plus, it really clicks into place when you actually get it right. Middle school. Okay, so she's in middle school at the time, which helps. How is that not fixed? This seems good to me. What's wrong? Oh. Oops. And cousin sliced. Slide the photo back into... Oh, God. Yeah, right. Oh, boy. I can't wait. Okay, never mind. I'm actually doing pretty decent. You know, maybe I was too quick to, you know, be harshing on the mellow. Wait, what? Oh. Right. So what I need to do, 3 lefts, 1, 2, 1 more over. So up, left, no, up, left. All right. Now what is this? Oh. Tragic news. Okay, that's fine. Oh, wrong button. And down Reno. And once again, it's got to be 1, 2, 3. Ka-chow. Okay. Close that. We've got... Who is this again? It said, oh, yearbook photo. Okay, so this is the yearbook photo, which is... Bethany. Okay, so that's Bethany. This is Davy. And this is Stephanie. I don't know where they go. But they are on the list somewhere. Wait, can I put you as a student? Oh. Ah. Because you have to be K through 12. You're not old enough. He's old. He's not a child. Let's see. Stephanie is an only child. Which doesn't help me immensely. And then, presumably, are Davy and Bethany related? Well, hang on, let me see the, Use only my third cousins. This include Davy, Bethany, and Davy's younger sister. Okay, yeah. So, Stephanie is one of these. Yes, okay, so Stephanie is one of the onlys. Which there's 3 options, which does not help me. And... Davy and Bethany are the twofers. Which means they're either these guys, or they're these guys. So let's try this one first. And we'll go from there. Where'd you go? There you are. Davy. Your name's not David. Kellogg. Okay, let's assume you're Kellogg David the Fourth. Bethany. Kellogg Bethany. Okay, so confirmed they're Bethany's. That is progress. Does that help me a lot? Not really, to be honest. But it helped me a little bit. He's in college, and I assume she's also in college? I was wrong. Okay, I've got no idea what she does then. Wait, K through 12? I thought I selected college. Oops. I wanted to set your student to K. Ah, yeah, there we go. That should be 3 more. Wolf, Kellogg. All right. Sweet beans. Okay, I've finished some of the... That means I got wrong about Chris. Wait, how am I wrong about Chris? Hold on, Chris, I was so certain. Art piece was found on the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty. It was referred to as self-portrait, me and my fiancée, Lulu. Okay, well, I got Lulu right. So this part's correct. So how is this not Chris? No, that literally has to be Chris. Oh, no. Okay, let's... Oh, no. I'm being a little stumperoonied. I won't lie to you. Married in May. So maybe his name isn't actually Chris then. He's not Clark. He can't be Clark. Because Clark is his dad. And he's not going to be Jessica or Katrina for what I feel like are pretty damn obvious reasons. Does that mean Chris Rafferty is his dad and this is Clark? Portfolio of college student Chris... Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay, shit. Shit crackers, balls. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, he isn't really an artist. He's just a student. Who has a website of his art, I guess. Fuck. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay. Whatever. So wait, who is this gonna be then? LaRue Kim. Oh. What's up with the LaRues? Huh. Okay, presumably then. This is the two... well, I don't know who's older, who's younger. Whatever. This is the two LaRues. I'll keep that in mind. That's kind of fucking wild. Let's check the periodicals, and let's look up Davy. No? No, I meant search all. No? Okay. Well, I've got him locked in anyway, truthfully, so it doesn't really matter. But I do need to know his dad. Oh, but his name isn't... Oh. He's a Kellogg, not a... Whatchamacallit? He's not a Rafferty or whatever. He's a... Or a Roottrees. He's a Kellogg. So, David... Kellogg. Am I misspelling Kellogg? No, I'm not. Okay. Okay. So this is most likely Kellogg David the Third. I don't know who their mama is. It's somebody. Which doesn't particularly help me. Where to go from here? The issue is when I start from the top, okay, I can kind of work my way down, right? When I start from the bottom, I can't do shit. Especially when they're not well-known names. Because, like, everyone from all of these spots, I'm kind of running a blank on. I could look up Samantha Roottrees, see if I can find her husband. No? Let's take a look at my evidence here. What? I have a bunch of stuff still. So I still have intuition. Indeed. Watchman of the Year, Mrs. Watch, Born About Corporate Leaders. Fashion consultant when Raina was born. Stay-at-home mother. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. Okay. I suppose I... No? What if I looked up... catalog. No? Let's see Roots again. Two catalogs per year, every year since 1984. Raina has appeared on almost all of them. Roottrees head designer. One cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. Let me look up. Oh, never mind. Shit. That was something I had already known. Shit. Okay, I've got no clue on what the piece of evidence I'm missing there is. Let's take a look at something else. Campaign mailer. Stephanie Jones. Let's look up Stephanie Jones. I don't know if I did that already. You learn from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles. Stephanie also has a bare-bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times. Gotcha. Small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won. Full version of the newspaper clipping. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon, until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. Okay, so immediately, that's something to keep in mind. Stephanie was an only child. I know that bare minimum. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Okay, good to know. So perhaps this one, adoption-wise. So let's put Stephanie here for now. No, that can't be right. Or maybe it is. But I have two pictures of Stephanie. No, well, I think this is where she goes anyway. So I'm gonna type her information out. Politician? Is there a politician on here? Yes, politics. Married to, I don't know. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policy regarding deforestation of indigenous trees. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay. Does that help me at all? Not especially. But I can look up Stephanie Landon. Let's look up Stephanie Landon. No. Okay. Unfortunate news. Let's go back here. Local business owner Brian Jones. That's him. I knew that. That was easy. Presumably. So this is going to be an unknown female. I do not know their name yet. One of them is named Caroline. Does that help? Caroline Morden. Not really. Huh. Unless I've got Zach wrong. Maybe right here? No, but it has to be adoption. She grew up without a father, so it has to be adoption. Gotcha. Okay. So, original daughter marries, has Stephanie. So, her father's going to be a Landon. Mark Landon. And then she marries a new one. And new woman. And they adopt Stephanie, who becomes Stephanie Jones through marriage to Brian. Now the question, and it was Caroline. So Caroline Morden, I guess. That doesn't really fit Unless he's Zachariah Morden. No, but then this would be Caroline Morden. And this would be somebody else. I don't know who, but somebody else. Okay. Let's do this. Let's look up. Where is Brian Jones? Sorry, just checking one thing real fast. Famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954. He doesn't seem related. Well, he is. More local resource. Gotcha. Okay, Brian Jones. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Or search for us online. Gotcha. Jones Graphic and Print. Welcome back, Fox. What'd you get for food? Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. So the website seems fancy. It even has frames. Burgers, lots of them. Ooh, little like slider burgers. Or full size. Website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Stephanie Jones Campaign Mailers. Roottrees Candy Company, Butler County, Miracle Network. Interesting. He's done a lot then. Okay, well let's look up Roottrees Motors. Maybe feature other places. Gotcha. Real burgers? Ooh, what you get on them? Sounds quite good. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems the Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motor has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Sick beans. All right, what else did he have? Miracle Network, new flyers. I knew that. Butler County School District. Let's look up that just for fun. No, okay. Butler Summer Theater posters and set contributions for Children of Eden. Cheese, small onions, pickles, and lots of sauce. What kind of sauce? There is a correct answer. I'll have you know. Children of Eden is a musical with songs by Stephen Schwartz. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston really likes it, realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making, and decided to use it instead of something fake as kind of an Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Graphic and Print, and instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. Well, I'm looking up the songs. Boo! Alright, well. Hit the back button. Instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. The Butler Summer Theater. Thank you, website. Homemade Big Mac sauce. I've actually never had the Big Mac sauce from McDonald's. What does it taste like? Does it just taste like burger sauce? The Butler Summit Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. It is identical to Big Mac sauce from McDonald's. Yeah, but I've never had it, so I don't know what it tastes like. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names are relevant. Below the cast, it lists the crew, and two things stand out: posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. A local dance school, they advertise lessons for ballet and jazz. Hardly any other information. Instead of November Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios, because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Damn. I really thought that was a good lead. I suppose not. Well, let's take a look at this new thing here. Sweet, a bit sour, and a bit spicy? That doesn't sound very good. Sounds pretty nasty. I've never been much of a sauce guy anyway. Ketchup #1. So I'm looking for a Wilkins then. Wilkins Motors. Okay. 1974 to 1977 advertises that the former name of Roottrees Motors was Wilkins Motors. Wilkins Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Roottrees family. Promise we're still the same family business. Funny noises? Need new oil? Come on down, we'll fix her up. Call the fixers at 555-FIX-HER-UP. Roottrees Motors ad, 1977 to 1995. Roottrees Motors are the local family mechanic. Pittsburgh, okay. When I go to McDonald's, I get those little cheeseburgers. You know, like the tiny ones that are like that big? I get those. Presently running, let's get that picture. First appeared in 1996. Says that the Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years, is a family business, and that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about the cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Okay. Tessa Roottrees. Okay. Regular ones are alright. I like them better than the Big Mac. I've had a Big Mac before, but I'm not into sauce, and I'm not into vegetables, so what I do is I get it cheese and ketchup only. Nice and simple, nice and yummers. Big fan. Okay, I don't know where Tessa goes. Let's Google Tessa. Tessa Roottrees. Nothing relevant. Okay. Tessa Roottrees. No. Well, this is, unfortunate. I won't lie, I'm a smidgen stumperino, you know? The worst part is this barely has anything to do with these guys. And I don't know who this is yet. Maybe I can look up Caroline Morden. Yeah. Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P-Flag. P-Flag. Organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Okay. Nothing relevant. Okay. Can I look up... Okay. Well, good to know. So I know what she's an artist. Activist? Protester. No, artist. Okay. I don't have a picture of her, though. That is kinda not true, actually. Because I've got so many pictures. It's not Tessa, I know that. You. No. You. No. You. No. You. Ha ha! I got that bitch. By luck. Alright. Hell yeah. So I got Chris. I got Caroline Morden. Sick beans. Okay, so that's Caroline. Good to know, good to know. I don't have another picture for Caroline, so that'll have to do, I guess. Unless... who is that picture of? Hold on. Not that one. Wait. This one. And who is this? Gwyn and the boys. Okay, so that's actually Gwyn. So what I can do is I can put that next to... Where'd you go, Gwyn? There you are. I can put that next to Gwyn, just to lock that picture away, so I don't have to think about it anymore. Jane LaRue and Kim LaRue, I do not have pictures of. This still isn't the right picture for you, Miracle Jr. I could have sworn. Oh, by golly, it's got to be one of these fancy-haired gentlemen. Unless you were a child at the time, in which case, my bad. Because you're not one of the boys, I know that. So, your face is... The question is, which one has an eye patch? Okay, as a child, you were a blondie. So I'm realizing that perhaps you would not have brown hair. When, right here, you have a picture of blonde hair. My bad. That's on me. Alright, Fox. Damn, you already ate it all? Damn, went right through it, didn't you? I respect it. I don't have another picture of you, do I? Caroline? Let me see my pictures. They like 3? Damn, they're full sized? Gotta slow down, Fox. But I appreciate you stopping by. So who are these? It can't be one of these, so... Ernie, more than anyone else on our Earth. No, I'm busy. Close a Shiva candle, identical to ours. Ernie was a man full of... Okay, so this is when Ernie died. Which I believe was this. Elias. Okay. Okay. Let's focus on... Let's go on rolling down to the city again. What is this? Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. Peter I don't know how to say that name. Let's see. Grandson of... you said Elias? Well, yeah, his name is Elias. Unfortunate news. Damn. Wait, no, that's his son. These are his grandsons. Am I dumb? His son, who had kids. So these are his great-grandson. It should be great-grandson. Only the great-grandson. Damn it. Okay. Fuck. Didn't seem to pay the lyrics. Doesn't get played much anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, I knew that. Peter Janowicz. Okay, let me look up Peter Janowicz. I'm assuming this is relevant somehow. Music critic, you find him mentioned on a fan website about a band unrelated to the Roottrees. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. MMM is an abbreviation for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. It went out of business due to high competition from major publications. Okay, so Peter, I'm not gonna try to spell that name. Peter Janowicz wrote a great many reviews and articles for Modern Music Monthly. You don't see anything relevant in the first few pages, and there are too many results to look through them all. If you're looking for specific album names or artist names, you may have a better luck for searching those instead. That is fair enough. Let's look up Jim and Diamond then. Jim and Diamond. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J plus J&D. That is such a terrible name. With my cousin and his ex. Cousin and his ex. Okay, Clark never knew his father. Okay, so immediately Clark, which right here, Clark Rafferty. Never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Why didn't he know his dad? Oh, because he died. My bad. My bad. Died in war. My bad. Wrong thing. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Okay, so Jane, this is when Jane was doing a thing. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Actually, I'm going to highlight this just so I don't forget. Diamond are actually sisters. Okay, so they are full-on related. Very cool. Something keep. Why do I have a Discord message? Leave me be. Do not bother me now. I'm busy. Where was I? Four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour, regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister. Very exciting. Everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music. Wait, so... Oh, so that's why they split up. Oh, because... oh, that sucks. And they got married? Oh, that's even worse. Brother. What a rough... Ooh. Well, you're an artist too, I guess. Well, a musician, actually. Welcome back. What'd you get, Ryu? The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction. That made him laugh. Ah! I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffertunes. Let's highlight that. And he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. It's also how my father... Elias C? That can't be right. Spaghetti and meatballs? Gross. That's only slightly true. I don't mind spaghetti and meatballs sometimes. Alright, Raffertunes, your time to get searched up. A website about Raffertunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there's an About page, and you find a picture labeled The Inspiration for the Famous Super Bowl Ad Campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina... Oh, to be fair, these have to be the Rafferty LaRue's. So Jessica and Katrina. Okay. Yeah, the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Now, what was the other thing I was going to... C and J plus J and D. J plus J and D. A band called C and J plus J and D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently, this was Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentioned that it was born with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX, the band, or the single. So all that's left to do is to add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Sick. Let's take a look. Rappertune's website was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store, getting a family, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's Clark. This is... oh, wait, no, this is Kim. I knew this. That one. Clark gets the picture of the balding man and his two children. Get the happy picture and the upset picture. Presumably they are students, on account of the fact that they look like children. Okay, I've done something wrong. Fuck. Oh, wait, no. He's not a musician. He's in advertising. Yes! All right. 3 more down. Clark and his 2 kids. Aw, yeah. And I got the picture right, finally. Sweet beans. I can finally stop thinking about Miracle Jr. His fucking weird-ass face. Okay, so I don't have a picture for Jean Larue. But I will shortly. And I need another 2 pictures for Mr. Clark. These Times is an old single from a folk group called C&J plus J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of the title track thanks to a collector of Jim and Rootree memorabilia. The website also listed the song's credits as music plus lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Rootree, backup vocals by the LaRues. On it is a sticker that says, folk-style songwritings, catchy. Lyrics of the song contains no clues. I won't read these, I'll just play the song. Definitely a 70s.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge.
That kind of vibe.
One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. Someday these times will all be over.
I do like this song.
Dew dries on the morning clover. So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me.
Wait, which picture would they be in?
These times are ours for free. We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder, probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory.
But not that one.
So act as though these times ain't
Oh, right, they had so many fucking kids.
still flows, our hearts hard beating.
Fuck.
For now ignore fate's destiny to rose across once at this tree. Someday these times will all be over. Dew dries on the
Big ol' fluffy head. This is probably you. And you're bald. Imagine. And no mustache. Wait, no mustache. Maybe this is you. Or maybe this is you. No, I'm gonna make you the one without the mustache, and you're gonna get the mustache. You're gonna get the hip shirt. Let's look up. PF. Wait, is that not what it's called? Oh dear, okay, I don't know the name. Okay, tragic news. And all I found from all that was pictures that don't get updated until I lock in the next person, or the next 3 people anyway. Tragic news. Okay, let's take a look. What's next? The 5 Pieces ad still has... Okay. For the magazine Teen Blast. Okay. We're making progress. This gives me a chance to find a new magazine. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Our website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Rootree's first appearance on the cover on her 16th birthday. Okay. And now... actually, before I get too excited, I actually kind of want to look this up first. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under Skip It. What a bummer. A new single from CNJ and J&D, Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottree, and two amateurs. Folk-style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. I hate to break it to you, that is all music, you pompous assholes. Raina. Cover of Teen Blast when she was 16, did an interview. All right. Sweet beans. That's giving me slight progress. Article about Raina Roottree from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. I don't know who that is, but I'm going to highlight that. Let me add a new page, by the way. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. Take that picture. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He was? Okay, would you like to tell me his name? Because that would help me out. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. And you became a model. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot, because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. Yet his older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. Okay, so that's Lauren. Because the diary. Yeah. Okay, I knew that already. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom, designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Okay, let me put this picture in. Now, it tells me there's 7 pieces of evidence in this, which I have to question. Well, first, let's look up TMS. Apparently, I knew that. Okay, so let's look up. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about 2 16-year-old brothers the same age. One adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Blake. Okay, who was Tommy Mark Sheridan, and do I have him on my listorino? Tommy Mark. Tommy Mark. Okay, I don't know how relevant Tommy Mark Sheridan is. But that's fine. I'm gonna highlight both, regardless, just for the sake of it. Their single mother, played by a stand-up, Penelope Tessa Green. I will keep that in mind. Often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. Highlight that. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst teenage girls. What a shock. However, it was canceled in 1991, midway through the second season, due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Alright, Dustin Christopher Baker, you're next. Often abbreviated as DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success. The most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboard. That's funny. He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Don't care. Often abbreviated, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so looking up Jane Eyre does not help me then. Alright, Penelope Tessa Green, you're next. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s. What? That doesn't sound very funny to me. Breast milk routine? Breast milk cheese? Something to keep in mind, I suppose. Maybe? Anyway, the site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joko Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets 1994. Both have been added to evidence. Why? Do I need Penelope Tessa Green in my evidence? Okay, I hate to do this, but I'm... Okay, thank God. Thank God. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating Brother Trouble. Okay, RR Productions. Let's look that up. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name, considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron, and Robbie Roottrees. Okay, let's look up Robbie Roottrees. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" One user speculates. I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. I'd watch it. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen Magazine. Yes, that's what I meant, but I can't fucking spell correct. Fucking stupid little. Silver Screen Magazine was a Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine does not have any relevance. That's fine. I can look up periodicals. Sorry, what was his name again? Robbie. Gotcha. Is Robbie Roottrees. Okay, Silver Screen. A small rumors article from 1992 claims that self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again, allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit, left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up. And then Silver Screen continued to insist this is all very much allegedly assaulted an officer who came to question him. Okay, so this is going to be a two-sibling relationship here. And a recent one, so it's unlikely they're married, but they might be. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record there was a trial involving a Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. Okay, let's look up Robert Roottrees. No luck? No luck? Okay. So let's look up Ron Roottrees then. There's an article about Ron Roottrees from 1984 entitled Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results. After finding some small screen success, first as the director to many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. Gotcha. So Gwyn would be his mother. Who's older, though? He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough, returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold. Okay. Gotcha. This is Ronald. And this is going to be Robert. We've made progress. So these guys are gonna be blonde. Are these her kids? Wait. Where is the picture? There it is. Film school. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We're balling right now, dog. Okay. These two. Director. I guess he's an actor. Is jail an option? Prisoner? He's in jail. Whatever. Actor. Okay, we've officially finished 2 more. Whether those are correct or not, I'll find out in a second. Okay. Let's see. Good to know. Okay, I've got 2 new pieces of evidence. Let's take a look. You found this on a website about a comedy club called The Laugh Lounge. It was captioned, Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. Jack. I mean, I'll take the picture. I don't think he's relevant, though. You found this on a website about a comedy club called The Laugh Lounge. It's a photo titled Joko Lantern, 1997, and was taken during one of Penelope Tessa Green's fundraisers. Do I know a Penelope Tessa Green? And a Jack, for that matter? Hello, Luna. How are you? Hello. Oh, is it going to be a thing where he married... Oh... Possible. Unlikely, however, because his last name is Roottrees and Tessa Green doesn't have Roottrees in it. But hello, Luna. How are you? Well, looks like number 1 thing is the campaign mailer once again. I'm so iffy. Did you enjoy your break day at least? Like, how's it going now? Wait, who's CM? Do I know a CM? Wait. Putting on a statement forwarding Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. So CM can't be Clark Rafferty, though. I mean, also he's bald, but, like, ain't no M in his name. Who's CM? Maybe that's not important right now. Oh, and she hasn't had the baby yet. That's why there's no thingy below her. She hasn't had a kid yet. So from the standpoint right now, she's still pregnant. That's wild. But it's always nice to see you, Luna. But who is CM? Who the fuck is CM? Who's got an M last name? Oh, Caroline. Caroline Morden, because yes. Okay. I should have guessed that. I'm a dummy. Oops. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, we're balling. Putting out a statement, but who's the mama? Or the other mama? It can't be these guys. That would make sense. I mean, unless they did go the incest route, but that would be pretty fucking weird. Focus on the day her grandfather announced. Nobody's got time for candy. With a 5-piece refusing to step up, came down to the next gen's pop argument length. Clancy would have wanted it. I think that's your husband, and I'm pretty sure he was dead. Said it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Yeah, because Gwendolyn Roottrees here, so this has to be Zach. Now, which Zach? Ever came up to that a woman could take over? After all, Angie. Gotcha. Okay, we're starting to progress. Morden Angelica. Aw, yeah. We're sucking on beans. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Oh, that means... that's probably him, I guess? Since he's the only one even slightly overweight, and they're obviously making a jab at the fact that he's fat. So that means I've gotten something wrong, but I'm not sure what. Which is unfortunate news. But that's... bad. It's got to be one of you, because that's your picture. I'll keep it as that for now. Let's look up... let's look up Angie, then. Maybe not, then. David Kellogg doesn't come up with anything, unless... no. Tragic? Okay. Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks. Count. Hello, sailor! How did Earthbound go? Welcome in. Would you like a clip plate? How are you? How are you? You can play one always? Hell yeah. Hang on, let me open my new drink. Alright, let's see which one gets played today.
No, that's the hospital. That's where we were just at. That's where we were just at. You're going back.
Oh, the Backrooms game, yeah?
UN! No! Oh, she juked him! Oh, she juked him!
I really thought that was you playing it first. Also, hello, Fia. I see you. I would never play it. That looked horrifying. In my favorite area for the favorite character? Who's that? I don't know Earthbound, so you could say anybody, and I wouldn't know if that was actually a character. But, to everyone who doesn't know me, I assume all of you do, to be honest. My name is King. On Mondays, I don't play Terraria. I don't play Toontown. I play Terraria now. Tuesdays and Thursdays, single-player games, and Wednesdays are usually Pokemon, but this game is really sick, so we're playing this. Jeff, he's one of the group. I need to play Earthbound. Is Earthbound on Steam? I'm actually gonna look. Earthbound. It is not. I'm just saying, these games need to come to Steam. It'd make it so much easier to play half of these things. But welcome in, Raiders. Enjoy your lurk if you want to. Enjoy your after-stream care if you want to. Sleep, eat, etc. Nintendo game, so it's... fucking Nintendo. It's always Nintendo. Why is it always Nintendo that just, like, resolutely refuses to put anything on Steam? Just saying. Let me actually close your link down now. I was lurking, so I need to close it so I'm not watching myself. Air console company, cringe. You know what? PlayStation saw the glory in moving to PC. God of War is on PC now. Why can't Nintendo be? You know? Why can't I play Pokemon? Scarlet, I guess. I guess that's the newest Pokemon game I'm aware of. Why can't I play Pokemon Scarlet on PC? Speaking of, have you seen the teasers for the newest update? They gave Dragonite a Mega Evolution. Oh. I also think it looks terrible, but... I don't know. Poo on Nintendo is what I'm saying. They should do better. And I'm a hater. Wait, so who's Clancy? Oh, no. Oh, this is Clancy. Okay, JK. We're good. I found Clancy. Still love Earthbound? Oh, yeah, probably. It doesn't take much for me to love a game. I mean, shit, this game's just using a computer from 1992. Sorry, 1998. The game. And I'm enjoying this one pretty good. Though I'll admit, my brain's starting to lose wrinkles. Huh? No, I don't want to hint yet. Game from 1990. Earthbound's from 1994? Damn. I suppose I never really thought about how old Earthbound is now. How sad. Maybe I can look up Dynasty? Lauren Roottrees. So let's do this. Lauren Roottrees. No. Okay. Not ideal. Darker themes from how society was, but also some progressiveness too with Jet. I mean, I know the themes of the game is pretty damn dark, which I vibe with. I like that it gets dark. Like I think that's RPG Maker games do really well with dark. Did I just cut myself? With dark themes. Like oh damn, I did. Oops. Anyway. RPG Maker games tend to be really good at making dark themes work really well. Like if you've ever I don't know if you've ever watched gameplay of the game Look Outside, Monster House. There's that classic one, Aoi Oni, I think it's called. Those got really popular. People were big fans of those, which I can respect. How's this game? I didn't get to watch much of it when you started. So, quick recap of the plot at the very beginning. So these are the Roottrees daughters, Raina, Carly, and Riley. They died. There was a plane, it went down, they died. So these three and the dad are all dead. So, because he was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company, they need to find out where the money and the candy company itself goes. But, for some reason, they didn't make a family tree. So, I get to. And presumably the end of the game is us finding out who gets all the money. You know? That's all I've got. But it's fun so far. Like, I really enjoy just searching shit up. And, you know, I've done pretty well. You know, I found out he divorced Danielle Franks, married Jane LaRue, had a child, fucked her younger sister, married a younger sister, had 2 kids. And there's a little top secret thing here that I only get after the entire family tree's done. I am 27 out of 33, which means I've done well. The not so bright side is now that I'm 27 out of 33, the only people left are people you can't really Google. And that's kind of my main thing here, finding people through Google. And it's telling me I have 3 pieces of evidence I can find from this, and I'm not really seeing it if I'm on God. Clancy told me. I love genealogy. It is really nice if you're into genealogy. I would recommend it. It's not a very expensive game, and it really makes you use your brain a bunch. Which is almost too much braining for my head, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's focus on... So I've handled the mom and dad. I've handled the 5-piece generation, which is these guys. Have not gotten Margolite's Hobond. She's got a Roottrees name, which isn't a great sign. Don't know who this is then. Let's do the next generation. Oh yeah, all the generations are named something because this is that type of family. So we got the 5 pieces, the next generation, and then what was the next one called? The Free Spirits, because they're from the 70s. You can kind of tell. You know. Not like these outfits don't make it obvious, you know. Like look at that man's style over here. That huge sideburn, the big ass fluffy hair, and that long ass blazer. Very Austin Powers. Actually, let me show you the yeah, check out that album. These times, weird flowers, you know. I thought it was very funny. How is this the one with the most evidence left? What other evidence do I have related to this random lady? Probably LSD. I mean, probably. There's probably some drug use in this fam. I mean, you know, you got these two as starters. I'm just saying, he's probably dipped into some. And then I'm just saying, look how many kids this family's had. Chill out. Take a break. My question is... Oh, by the way, so every time I do 3... correctly. 3 blood relatives, I mean. It'll lock them in. Which means I've got something wrong. Woefully so. So either Mr. Zachariah has the wrong picture, which he has to be in this, unless he's just not. Okay, he's not the child. Good news. I think that's him. Because he's the second president, that's the first, and then, you know, he took over after Big Dog here died. And I already know that he's the 5th, so there's, I don't know who this guy is, don't know what he's all about. Elias M. They had a kid. These cult weirdos. I know that sounds mean, they did start a cult. You know, I don't know why he wears an eye patch. Is it because you went in jail? There's not a jail, is there? Can I put that you're in jail? No. No, jail's not an option. That's woeful. Maybe you're not considered a director? Whip up on a cult today? Oh, are there cults in Earthbound? Honestly, I could see it. Let's look up Ronald. No. Okay, not a great sign. What about... okay, what about Margalite? Husband. No. Okay, I kind of figured. You'll see? Hell yeah. I'll keep it in mind. I do plan to play Earthbound one of these days. It's kind of alongside, Have you played Omori yet? Go to Lurk Check with Tyler? No worries. If you come back before that will end, we can talk about... Oh, okay, there's a cult in that one too, though. Debbie Roan due around Christmas. Her message for voters is simply, love is our future. How is there 4 pieces of evidence related to this fucking thing? Maybe I need to go back to... Here it is. Combat's not too bad if you focus on the right character. I mean, it's a long ass game, and it kind of depends on what route you go down. Because one combat is way harder, and then one is combat way easier. It's worth trying if you want a time sync, though. Took me very many hours. Distant cousin of the Roottrees, and Mother Carolyn, local artist who appeared on the front page. Often come out... Oh! Oh, ho, ho, ho! That's the key, that's the ticket. You find a cover story about the local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Good shit. As a local artist, that ain't nothing to scoff at. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book. Okay, let's highlight this. Highlight. And I'm going to go ahead and copy it for later. Copy. According to a quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women would be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Sick beans. Okay, so book title, this, and name is going to be, I've already forgotten. Caroline Morden. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Eloise, okay. Sorry, not you. Eloise. Oh, okay. Eloise doesn't get a last name. I guess. What a bummer. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generations, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Okay, sister Gwendolyn. Okay, so sister Gwendolyn Morden? Good plus ending? I don't know what that is. Do you have the Maria ending yet? That's the best one. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Which Wilson? There's several. Okay. Let's highlight this then for later. Their marriage has led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment and ruse how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to the policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led her to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Hey, you know what? Respect. Let's see. It's gotta be one of the orange pictures then. Probably this one? No? This one? No? I don't have her occupation. It doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm doing. Gave up on dreams to settle. So probably housewife then. If they settled, quote unquote. Oh, there we go. Donald, Zach, and Gwendolyn. Hey, I got so many pictures. Woo! Sick beans. Okay, that means slight bummer. I've gotten this sucker wrong. All right, what'd you do wrong then? What's your job, bucko? You have to be an actor. You acted in Double Trouble. No, JK, you're a director, aren't you? Because you were making the show with Ronald. Wait, no, you were a writer. Hold on. I don't know if I heard your reply. If you did reply, I said, I don't know what the good plus ending means, and did you get the Maria ending? Because that's the best one. Roottrees Motors. Brother Trouble. Here it is. Brother Trouble. UFO ending, but what about the Maria ending? I don't know about any. I don't know about good, bad, good plus, bad plus, but I know about the Maria ending. That's the only ending I'm aware of. That's all I've got. Small screen director Ron Roottrees. Wait, so there should be an article. Here it is. Hold on. Occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups. Script punch-ups. So that means he's a writer? I guess? Yeah, okay. SH1, not SH2? They're the same thing. I don't actually know what the difference is. SH2 is the one with Cheryl, yeah? Or is it the nurse? Alright, what was I looking up before? Oh, 1 is Cheryl. Oh, so 2 is the one with Jamie Boy? Oh, wild. Gotta love this jazz, by the way. Rock out on that saxophone, brother. Alright, what piece of evidence did I get? Image of the company store about local art in the Butler County Times. A caption, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. Okay, let's look up Atlantis' Burden. I will highlight this. And I'm going to take that picture. And put it in there. What? Oh. Oops. SH3 is adult Cheryl? I didn't know there was an SH3. That's kind of wild. There's 5 pieces of evidence associated with this? It's a picture. That's it. It's a picture of a mermaid. What am I supposed to do about that? Oh, no. Oh, they're releasing a Silent Hill 4? Wild. Oh my god, it's got the most evidence associated with it? Oh, fuck. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's go back to the book, I guess. Art of Beauty of Women. Oh, Art and the Beauty of Women. Caroline released a book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women, which apparently includes a series of full-color nude self-portraits stretching from 25 to 30. And the game did not add that to my evidence. Sister Gwendolyn and Cousin Bonnie. Okay, am I aware of a Cousin Bonnie, my friend? I found Gwendolyn. Cousin Bonnie on which side, my brother? Because I don't know a Cousin Bonnie. I know she got married, which doesn't help me none. Because that means it's either this person, or it's this person, or it's this person. These people. Way more than 4 Silent Hill games. There are currently 9, 10 when this new one Silent Hill F releases. That's so many. Brother is Wilson? Oh no, she's only got one sibling, and that's Gwendolyn. The brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. But the issue is, I don't know who Dr. Wilson is, because apparently there is 3 male Wilsons that have made it into this family at some point or another. So it's either Wilson Jason, Wilson Steven, or Wilson Zach. Which maybe I can look it up. Because it says Dr. Wilson, so... Oh, Dr. Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one has found a way to game the search results, as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. Fantastic. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Nah. All 10-year-olds talk like that. Okay, so Wilson is the dad, and at least 2 of the children are the other 2 Wilsons, then. Let's take a look. Oh, and there he is. He looks a bit like a car salesman, but that's fine. You know, personal fashion and all that good stuff. Okay, looks like we got the kids. So Jason is the youngest. This would be Jason then. Looks like Zach is the oldest, because he's graduating. And I don't know who this is. Who's the middle? Do I see the middle? Well, presumably you're a Wilson, right? Jem. Your name is Jem. You are presumably a student? You are presumably also a student? They were both students. All right. So it looks like we locked in the screenwriter. And a few pictures. Go away. Oh, hi.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Okay.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why.
Well, I assume maybe you were out of wedlock or something, and so the Roottrees don't want to give you any money. So you're making me prove it for, like, certainty's sake? Because they would.
It's true. I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Ah.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Word.
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy.
No, that's a fair suspicion.
So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story.
But if you're a Roottree, why would you want this?
If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Okay.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
Okay. So I won't see you again until I'm done.
Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Can't deny that.
It's also harder to verify when you're right.
Yeah.
You'll need 4 blood relatives.
No!
From here on.
Why would you do that to me?
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake.
Okay, well, it feels like a mistake.
You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Indeed. Wait. Oh, right, because I wasn't able to put in that he's a child. There you go. So he's locked in. I mean, he will be, I guess. Did I get anything wrong? I still don't know about Elias M. I don't know what he does. Let's see. Did I get any pictures incorrect? No. Okay, so right now we just have little Wilson, Jason Wilson. I'm getting closer on the bright side. Okay. What's the other piece of evidence? Oh, just the story so far, I guess.
Jason! Jason!
Jason!
Jason!
Alright, what we got? Revisiting the diary. Clark. It is a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. Okay, so she's writing about... Where are you, Lauren? Lauren? Oh. No, I like this picture better. Stay on that picture. Her son, Clark. Okay, so this is Clark. Also, this is not his picture. Oops. So Clark does not look like this suave, handsome gentleman. Clark looks like this guy that looks a little bit like he followed you home last week. And I'm gonna choose to believe that. Hope you're happy with that, Clark. Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees is ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill. Neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. Current disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. Eli C. So... presumably that's Eli Jr. then? Or, no. No, that's your brother, Eli C., who had James, it seems. Or at least I believe so. I have not verified. Excuse me. I only want to repet. Practically raised Clark and Jim. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Haha, because her name was Diamond. Hilarious. Especially he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without him being the third wheel, that's very funny. Hilarious. Okay. I'm not seeing any more evidence here. Maybe I can look up Eli C., I guess. Eli C. Eli C. Roottrees. No. Can I just look up Eli C? No. What about Elias? No. What about Roottrees? No. Okay. Tragic news. Yeah, I'm definitely running low. Bright side, I can probably find his picture. It's got to be... Who are you? You have to be this person. And you three have to be the... You're going to have to be one of these guys. You had James, which means you have to have a full head of hair, probably you. I have no idea about the other two. Uh-oh. I'm running a blank. You are a housewife because Caroline insulted you for settling for a man, which means you have to be a housewife. Maybe I'll look at a different piece of evidence for now. Sam. Didn't she souse Clancy and Edward? Clancy Edward is her dad. Because it says, because Clark is her son. Clancy or Edward. Ooh, that's a good catch, Sailor. Oh, shit. I don't know who's older, though. Probably this guy. So Clancy Jr. and Edward. Or the other way around. Because I'm actually not sure who's older and who's younger. The question is, what do they do? Maybe I can look them up. Clancy Roottrees. No. Clancy Jr. No. Edward. No. Oops. Oh, wait, who was... I can't believe I don't know who Carl's dad is. Carl and his kids were the easiest ones to come up with, and I'm drawing a blankerino. Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more likely saved Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Yes. So that certifies that Eli C. is Jim's Paparino. I've lost the document I was looking at. There we go. Parent disrespect for marriage, blah, blah, blah. Lost Jacob, Gwen divorced Wild Bill, neither of us ever took a second husband. See, Clancy or Edward, that was a good catch, because I was not catching that one. But the question is, who did they marry? 4 Eli's for Pete's sake. My brother, my uncle, my cousin, that's why they became Uncle Jr. Miracles Eli or Eli C. Who is Uncle Jr.? Oh, Eli Jr. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I already had that. Bleh. Family's names were unusual. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Oh. They are big fans of naming their kids after themselves. You know, Clancy Edward has Lauren, and then Clancy Jr., and then Elias, and then Edward. My God, man. Anytime there's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Okay. So that means Clancy Jr. is the oldest. With the woman, it goes out the window. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination. Certified mail for Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Okay. Okay. The surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the 5-piece. I'm sure I'm Angie's older than Zach. Never forget the cuss words Pa used. I mean, I have Angie on here. Angelica over here. I don't know who she married. I know there's a cousin Bonnie somewhere. But I have no idea. No idea where Bonnie sits. Because I haven't heard of Bonnie since then. Let's see. But I don't know your name or your jobs for nothing. You weren't... Well... Because you were the second president. He was number 5. So there's a third and a fourth hidden somewhere in this sea of faces. Let's see. Do I have... What about you? Elias M. What did you do? Okay, you probably did something. Based on your picture, I'm gonna guess... Ooh, I'm gonna guess you are a mechanic. That's what I'm gonna guess. And not only do I think you are a mechanic, I think you are relevant to the Roottrees Motors, and you had Tessa Roottrees right there, who was also a mechanic. Fucking sick. Yeah. All right. Kicking ass. I don't know who you married, though. I test to see if the presidents were firstborn sons. No, none of them are. In the document, right, where's the journal? Right here. It says, Clancy told me everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. So none of the sons became presidents, or none of his sons, at least. The second son was this guy, and he's already locked in. So this is the second son, Zachariah Morden here. So we don't know who the third president is, except that it's not him. So it's either a brother after he died, or it's a kid under him. Probably one of the kids I'm still missing. But good news, I locked him in. Your kid was named Tessa. Is that relevant? Tessa Green. Tessa Green. Wait, Tessa Green isn't supposed to be... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. So Tessa Green's related, and she has a son named Jack, which means she belongs somewhere on here with a baby. Not this one. Maybe this one. I'm going to put a picture there as a just in case. So I know at the bare minimum you had Jack. If this is you. Jack Roottrees. So Jack is indeed a Roottrees, so... Okay, what about, Jack... Where's this information? The information about Tessa Green Penelope? That is located right here. Oh, Jack is the baby. That's Jack. This on a website about a comedy club called The Laugh Lounge. It was captioned, Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets, 1994. And that is right next to a picture of her with her baby. And that's Jack. In fact, maybe I can look up the Laugh Lounge. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge. Famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine. Yeah, okay, so this is the same. What if I look up Joko Lantern? The Laugh Lounge Comedy Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year, but the most famous one seems to be Joko Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons are encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher which can be redeemed for 5 pounds of buffalo wings. Hot damn. There's a 2-drink minimum and a zero-tolerance policy for heckling. Sorry, a 2-drink minimum? Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics, and every year someone ends up getting kicked out. Maybe... No, let me... Joko. Maybe it needs the apostrophe. Maybe that's why it's getting upset. No? Okay. This is entirely speculation, by the way. I have no idea if Ron Roottries married Tessa Green Penelope. The only reason I'm suspicious of that it might be the case is because they both worked on the same TV show together. Because Ronald Roottries, he's a director, and they both worked on the same TV show called Brother Trouble. So I'm thinking that maybe their single mother, played by Penelope Tessa Green, often had a navigator job. Next door neighbor, Roxy. Maybe I should look that up. Apparently not. Yeah, I've looked this up before. Does this mention your dad? I'd appreciate it. The stay-at-home mother looking for creative outlet. Raina's new clothes were a hit, including Carl's cousin Jim, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Did I? Yes, I did. Okay, so Candy Roottrees is who he was referring to. But I already locked that in. Raina's patterns were being copied by the brand, seeing the demand. Second cousin Ernie Jr. Second cousin Ernie Jr. Which means... Who's Ernie? Madsen. Madsen? No. No. Who's a Madsen? So here. So one of you is a Mads. So you're Ernest Madsen then. So got her husband. Ka-chow. Let's see if I can look up Ernest Madsen. No. No. Okay. Or maybe I can look up Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. was a former president of the Roottrees Candy Company. He seemed to directly precede Carl Roottree, and one even says that he was Carl's mentor. He was apparently very successful as a president, but not so much a public figure. He was rarely seen in public and stepped down due to illness in 1996. He has since passed away. Okay. Small problem. Because that no, Ernie Jr. So that's a president, but was he older or younger? Let's assume he was the older one. I know he was the firstborn son, but that doesn't help me particularly much. But now he was president number 4. So I'm missing president number 3. I still need a president number 3 and whoever he was married to. That means that you look like this. Or this. Or, I'm gonna guess you're suave. Let's go with that. Okay. I'm gonna assume that's correct. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that means at least 2 of these... Oh, I don't have an occupation for any of these guys. Oops. My bad. That would check out. Plan said trust, blah, 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 blah. Elias' son, company mandates, blood relatives when they reach 18. Roottrees versus RR. Roottrees versus RR. Did I not look up the Roottrees versus RR? RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Oh, he was trying to kick his brother off. Out of wedlock? They were married. I mean, they divorced, but... I guess. Odd. Hold on, maybe I can look up the Roottrees versus RR in a publication. Indeed not. Okay. Ernie Jr. had just become president, blah, blah, blah. Anything other than candy. Per tradition, on perhaps superstition, new clothes. Okay, so that tells me this is correct. I don't know if that spot is correct, necessarily, but that tells me that part's correct. You were the 5th president. You were a musician. I don't know who you are. Okay, what a... Really nothing about Edward, huh? Okay. Okay. Let's not look at this for now. Let's take a look. Let me see Teen Blast. Legal oddities? Yeah, it was just him, trying to get it overturned for his brother, I think. Because his brother did a little bit of crime. Embellishment, specifically. My grandpa was a college professor. Grandpa was a college professor. Ha 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 ha. Now we're balling. Okay, professor. Whoever this is a professor. That doesn't tell me anything else, but whoever that is a professor. I've learned that. Next. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners did not pay attention to lyrics enough to trick them into caring. LOL. Because it was a product of its time, doesn't get much play. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. I knew of that already. Lyrics of the song contain no clues. Okay. Maybe not that one, then. Let me see the newspaper clipping. I'm not seeing what evidence I'm meant to be seeing from that. What about the campaign mailer? Again? What could be left? Baby on her own. Do it is a flyer about a candidate. Butler County. Yeah, Butler County is where they lived. I have the periodical for Butler County, the Butler County Times. Maybe if I just looked up. Starlet has played host to too many Roottree advertisements over the years, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. 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 Damn it. So I can't just say the Roottree. What about Edward? Is there any sign of an Edward? Clancy? What's the other one's name? Elias. No, not in Teen Blast. Oh, no wonder it was giving me bullshit. Damn it. No, it's because it was looking at Teen Blast. Oh, still no Edward. Okay. Clancy? Okay. What's the thing that has the most evidence in it that I need? Revisiting the Diary, Clark, okay. 1975, 10-year anniversary release of Lauren's diary. It's a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. Okay, I'm gonna read it real slow, because it's... whatever this wants, it's something big. Reading this book back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet, but neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped, more than I could say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended, so who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio, but still I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. But that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Carl. Do I know a Carl? Okay, I'm gonna highlight that for later. Academy, that means military. So highlight. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. Every generation thinks so. Every single one. Carl seems to be Clancy's kid. Well, oh yeah, you're right. It's gotta be. Oh. This is Carl. Shit. Carl's the daughter's kid. I got Carl like 6 years ago. Shit. Okay, anyway. I didn't need that highlighted. Can I delete that? No. Anyway. Illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Okay, wait. My brothers all pursued paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Bring somebody home illegal to marry south of Pennsylvania. So, given this was back then, somebody illegal to marry south of Pennsylvania, either one of the brothers brought home a black woman or they were gay. I assume the former, on account of the fact that I don't think that was super accepted around the time. Bob seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Got it. Okay, so Edward is a lawyer. Okay, so the bad news is that means I've got pictures wrong. Interracial couple? Yeah, I don't know about wives, though. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, what a name, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. Oh, Jacob's her husband. Never mind. They could be proud. Clark and I are carrying on his name. Clark and I are... Oh, never mind. Hello, Star Beast. Welcome in. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Hold on a second. Twinsies. Or at least I think they look like twins. Oh wait, JK. Because they are part of the free the free spirit, so it has to be these two. Because frankly, they're my only two free spirits left that are women. So, admittedly, it says twins. I don't know if that actually means. Shit, they look like twins. Anyway, how you doing, Starbeast? I think that's right. I think this is right for now. What you playing this time? The Roottrees Are Dead. I'm building a family history, which seems to be doing well so far. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. I mean, in fairness, look at the guy. New DLC might be a roguelike. Oh. Maybe I should skip it then. We'll see. I'll look into it later. So Edward is set to take over his department, which means Edward is a lawyer. So what did Elias C. do? Edward and Clancy picks? Yeah, I can look at the law firm. That is a good point. What is the law? Let me actually look. I'll look up, like, Roottrees lawyer. What was the, Clancy Edward? What was the father's name? Clancy, pronounced Clancy Trust. It's a highly unusual corporate arrangement. Clancy Edward Roottree. Elias' son, head lawyer. Oh, okay, so he doesn't... It looks like he doesn't have a firm. He's just the head lawyer of the candy company. It looks like. We'll swap around some pictures, why don't we? Maybe look up the trust. The Clancy Trust? I have a few times, but honestly, it wouldn't be bad to do it again. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible upon reaching 18. The actual numbers have never been disclosed to the public, but due to the increased success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. Let's see. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee. Okay. Elias Rootree's attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business. In isolation, it is baffling. The yearly salary of Rootrees' president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents over the course of a year. Now it's closer to $4. That is not a lot of money. He knew that because their passive income was tied to their profits, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Okay. Interesting. Maybe this was President... Maybe. President number 3? I'll try it. No luck. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't put his occupation. He's a student. Obviously. What the hell? I don't know their occupations yet, so no real comment on those. I have him, so that's 1. That's 2. So I'm thinking the pictures are wrong. So let's just kind of this one, and this one. Okay, so from point 1, the hair should be darker because Carl has dark hair. He has dark hair, so probably him. And I don't know his kid, so blonde. That should leave me with 4. Maybe Elias is also a lawyer? Perhaps. See, this guy's a musician, so I wonder if that's relevant. Actually, let me see his picture. Not that one. This one. So we have these 3. The ones bordered in white here. I didn't mean to do that. One is a professor. It's got to be him, right? Maybe I was right then. Maybe that's this, and that. Well, okay. Which means I've got something wrong. Maybe he's a baby. Baby. No. Oops. That means bare minimum, I've got something wrong. Thorwin may be the youngest. That is a pretty fair point, and he is the shortest. He's a short boy. I mean, that kid's the shortest. But I already know who he is. I got him marked as Miracle Jr. up here. Jim could have dyed his hair. You're not wrong. He did have lighter brown, I guess, when he was younger. Or for Mom, that is also a fair point. But that means I've got something wrong somewhere. So either Jack is wrong, which might mean that the Tessa Green area I went with over here is completely off. Or this shouldn't be wrong. I think Ernest Jr. is correct. So I think this part's correctamundo. Like, I'm pretty certain about Madsen there. If only I could find anything about Elias C. Maybe I can look over here. What about... Wow, really? Right, I already knew this. Seemed heavily involved in the 5-piece thing. Oh, that's because the guy who made it is also Elias. Yeah, there's like 6 Eliases. So there's Elias, and then there's Elias Jr., and then there's Elias C, and then there's Elias M. There's too many fucking Eliases. It makes it very complicated to figure out who's what and who's where. I hate this family. Same. A little bit too big of fans of the concept of naming fucking everything Elias. I mean, I've done remarkably well so far, so, you know, I'm kicking ass a little bit. Okay, so you got married to a Kellogg, whoever this is. Angelica Morden. Okay, what about an Angelica? She would have become a Rootree, so... what about, like, a nickname? Okay. Back to evidence, I guess. It still says my greatest source of evidence is this passage, which has me quite confused. Maybe the Starlit Avenue, but I feel like I did Starlit before. Bob Williams was mentioned many times. Walter Forsythe, I already knew that. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and that she was pregnant again. But the issue is, Gwen... Hey, Mimi! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in! Would you like a clip played, Mimi? I got a text, apparently. Hello, Mimi. How was The Walking Dead? Hello, Saru Noni. Saru Noni? Saru Noni feels more right. Let me know if I said your name wrong. But welcome in.
Oh, he's not in here. Oh.
He's not in here. He was right there.
He literally didn't see me. What? Excuse me. What? He literally walked past me. How am I dead?
Did you enjoy the FNAF game? Suffered once again what it was great. Ooh, what did you just do? It was season 2, right? That was a good hell yeah. Well, welcome in. How is everybody? How is the stream? Feel free to do your after stream stuff. Go rest. Go eat. Go take vengeance if you have to. My name is King. On Mondays, I will be playing Terraria from now on. Tuesdays and Thursdays, we'll be doing single-player games. Oblivion Remastered for now. And Wednesdays are usually Pokemon, but this game is really fun. Episode 2 and 3. So tell me, Mimi, have your opinions on the best character in the Walking Dead games changed? And actually, you know what? I'm going to ask you too, Saru. In your opinion, best character in The Walking Dead? There is a right answer. He's way better than season 2, but it's still... No! Maybe! Kenny's the best character! You like him better in season 2, really? A lot of people hate Kenny in season 2. Like, there are people who love Kenny in season 1 and hate him in season 2. And you've already gone through episode 3, so usually people hate him by then. Poor guy. He didn't do nothing to deserve it. Me. A hater of the best damn character. How sad. But I'm glad you're enjoying the Walking Dead games. I think people love him for the reasons I hate him and hate him for the reasons I love him. Maybe. What reasons do you love him? I mean, I know the reasons you hate him. Because he's, you know, he's stubborn. He's quick to not be very nice to you if you don't side with him a lot of the time. Which I'm okay with, because I side with him damn near the whole time. Unfortunately, you just made, like, the few choices that Kenny really hates. 3 clues in this one because of the brothers. See, that's kind of my issue, because I know who they are. I just don't know their jobs. And I'm wondering if Jack is what's fucking me up a little bit, because this may not be Jack's spot. In fact, this might be Jack's spot. Like, I'm really not sure. All I know is that I know this is right, unless the picture's wrong, which I'm realizing that could be the case. Oh yeah, because I had you as you're still one of these guys, and I don't know which one you are. I guess you're this guy. I guess because you can't be this guy because I already did that. Okay, so you have to be him, maybe. My brain's losing wrinkles. Almost fell asleep to a danger nap over here? What's a danger nap? I think I just agree with 90% of his decisions in Season 2, so we never ended up going against each other. The only time I was mad at him was for shooting the one time, every other time we agreed each other. Shooting? Oh, you mean, in the ski lodge. Social deduction or puzzling together bits and pieces. A little bit of both. But yeah, primarily puzzling. It's a genealogy thing. I'm trying to find everybody's spots on the big list. And I can't figure out this guy's face. Yeah, at the lodge. Fun fact. You can, if you go find Kenny, you can tell him to shoot again. I won't tell you what happens, because... No, wait, you have done that episode, haven't you? What happens at the end of Season 3? Episode 3? Sorry, I'm trying to remember. And also, there are still so many names left, by the way. Jack may not have siblings. That is a good... The only issue, the reason I'm putting Tessa Green Penelope here, is because... There's no one else that Tessa Green Penelope is connected to. You know? Like, she only knows him because he's a director. And that's the only connection I can find with her. So for now, I'm going to leave that there. Just for now. You escaped the prison thing in episode 3 at the end of episode... Oh, you escaped the store? So you humbled through the fort? When you run the danger of falling asleep and getting a full night's rest. Oh! Can't do that, Pia. Don't go to sleep. You're not allowed to sleep. Stop sleeping. Stop being asleep. You're not allowed. Elias C., what do you do? Maybe I can look up, James Roottrees. Papa. Father. Big Papa. Regular Papa? Daddy. Daddy-o. Okay, it's not looking good. Bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance in 1996. James. What about... Oh, wait, no, that was the wrong fucking name. Hold on. Elias. Oh, I need to put his name. Tried this already, I know. But it bring my brain satisfaction. All right, let's focus on something else then. Let's maybe focus on Penelope Tessa Green. Huh? No, I looked this up already. But what if I find her name? Because presumably she had to get married on account of the fact that Jack Roottrees. Okay. So what if I look her up in a periodical? Penelope Tessa Green is mentioned in a few articles about Brother Trouble. The show stars TMS and DCB played her sons. Penelope's character... Hang on. Sorry, wife text. Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. What if I look up her sons? DCB was TMS's co-star on Brother Trouble. Their mother was played by Penelope Tessa Green. Dustin Christopher Baker was in quite a few Teen Blast gossip columns, but is not related to the Roottrees as far as you can tell. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, which apparently I already knew, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, 8 months before their marriage, is called Is TMS Dating a Roottrees? At a recent autograph signing, TMS told Teen Blast that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. The cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year. Okay. That seems significant. And this time, TMS found love. I'm gonna highlight this, actually. The mega hottie had this to say. What a name. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters. Now a little weird. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill. But we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope. Ha ha. Ah! So I was right. So that means good old Jackie boy. But it's possible Jack is the younger child, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pop him over here, and maybe that'll solve my issue. Okay, nothing changed. Woefully, this does not seem to have locked in the issue, which might mean... Okay. Fuck. Damn it. Okay. I thought that was beans. I thought we were on to something, man. Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. He is. Okay, well, we know this is right, at least. So this is a good confirmation on that he was indeed married to Tessa Green, Penelope. And that Jack is somewhere on here. But in fairness, Jack is younger, so maybe... Wait. Wait. 1994. 1997. That is the younger child. Jack does indeed go here. And this is going to be the baby with the job of baby. November? Christina? It was Christina. All right, that means we got some lock-ins. Who all did I get right? Oh, so the one I was damn near certain of, I was wrong? Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. Okay, well, good news. I've ironed out everything except for the spouse of Margalite, which is progress. Good news, the pictures are right. A vibe. Don't know his job yet. This is still not the picture for him. What do you look like? Did you really have a pedo stash when you were younger? Like, I'm really not sure what to... Like, come on. Look at you. How did you go from that bountiful head of hair to that? Get a toupee, dog. And apparently this is the wrong picture. So you look like this. Sure, let's go with that. So, I mean, that's cool. You know, I've ironed out this section here. And I've ironed out two of these guys. Don't know their wives' names. We are running into an issue that I have no idea about the twins. Maybe... What if I look up the Roottrees twins? No? Who else could Elias C be? Oh, right here? No, the name and the picture is right. I don't know his job. It won't lock in until I get everything right. So I have to know what he does as a profession. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's why I needed to know the professor and I needed to know the lawyer bit. It refuses to lock it in until you get the job. You get the job correct, excuse me. I wish... let's take a look. What else do we have? Good news. That cleared out almost all of the Clark ones. Which probably means that the remaining brother is probably the remaining clue there. What's in the Sam section? Didn't you know Sam was a Rootree? All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. So, Sam. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been a sister figure. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Yes. Wait. That might mean he's president number 3. Wait, but if Carl was learning how to become president from Ernie Jr., he's got to be president number 4. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and adopted grandfather. Gwyneth? Who's Gwyneth? Is that Samantha's other kid? Gwyneth Madsen. Aha! I should have looked up her last name. That was on me. And she does what? Green thumb. Farmer then. Gwyneth was a part of the Free Spirits, which means She is one of these three, not a twin, so I'm going to assume you. Sure. Let's go with that. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. So that's how you know he has the glasses, because both of her kids have glasses. Okay. So that means the twins... Twins are twins, I guess. Wait, which was the... Where's the highlight? Fraternal, true dat. I didn't clip when it... Who came home with the illegal south of Pennsylvania. Because that would explain why she looks that way. But it doesn't explain why she looks that way. I kind of figured it'd be these two kids. Because they look like twins. Yeah? But they're not the free spirits, and this is the free spirit generation. Which means this is probably the remaining free spirit. Austin Powers. Is there another Edward? No. How many Roottrees do we got left? November. Okay, well you're not November. Wait, who do I have as Elias C? You. But your name has to be Elias C. Because it said Uncle Elias. Hold on. Eli C. Okay, yes. So he has to be Eli C. Which means you are a girl. Because the only Rootree name I have left is Rootree November. Is it related to that kid? Which kid? You guys are going to be named... Ooh. I need to know who you married. I need to know who you married, and then I'll know their last names. What do we have left? Bean. Okay. Carlson. Cattrall. Cornwall. Bonnie Hudson, that's a cousin. Another Hudson. So we're missing 3 Hudsons. Jones. Lansing. Madsen. I'm missing a Madsen. I know where the Madsens are. Madsen. So I'm missing a Madsen somewhere. Which means he had a kid named Madsen. You had Nicole. What else we got? Madsen. Monroe. Warwich. November. That's the last Rootree we have. And Wilkins Catherine. I know who Wilkins is. I know you married the Wilkins because they owned the motor company before it became Rootree Motors. That did not help me as much as I was hoping. Oh boy, okay. But, what about... Wait, Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson, I know that name. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source for others. The philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year. That's very funny. So president number 4. I found who president number 4 is. And it's Guy Hudson. Now, who the fuck is Guy Hudson? Because that doesn't help me. Guy Hudson, I tell you what. Oh, wait, what if... Interesting, okay. So, Guy Hudson, it's... Guy Hudson. You're president number 4, which means you have to be... Or no, you're president number 3, sorry. Which means you have to be a name. Maybe you're Guy Hudson? But that wouldn't make sense. You'd be a Roottrees on account of the fact that Edwards... You were still... Well, let me look up Gwyn. What's your real name, Gwyn? Gotcha. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which is quite rare in those days. So... So maybe you're Guy Hudson? Because that's the only last name belonging to a guy that doesn't have... I take it back. JK. Okay, no, that's wrong. So Guy Hudson is married to a woman Roottrees, a female, had 1 child that is also named Hudson, which means most likely you married Gwyneth, and your child was... Never mind, you had 2 kids. That is a bummer. Uh-oh. Do I even have a space for 2 kids? Oh, no. I sure do not, my brother. Hold on. What Hudsons I got? Bonnie, Christopher, and Guy. Okay. Something mentioned a cousin Bonnie somewhere. I do not remember where that was. Maybe they aren't kids. Unfortunately, the kids are all I've got left. Like, there's these 2, which don't have a name at all. And this one has to be a Madsen. There's these 2, which I don't have names for. Unless she married? No, but one of the Hudsons is a boy. And it said twins. And that's the last remaining double. I have to assume that the last remaining Roottrees is this guy's kid, Edward's kid. So I think this is November. Let's take a look at... Here it is. This is Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project, and is said to include a picture of Davy, Bethany's yearbook picture, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Wait, no, but this is Stephanie. Wait. This is Stephanie. So that's definitely not November. Let's look up November. Maybe periodicals. The issue is that some of the evidence that I have that it's telling me is still there is evidence that I've figured out, like Elias C. here. But or like Ernest Jr. here. But I can't remove because it's not locked in. Which is kind of a bummer. I know something before mentioned a cousin Bonnie. I know it was in here somewhere. I think it was this. Yeah, okay. Late teen, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. So the cousin of this one, which means either this direction or this direction. Which means so it's gotta be this. Which means you are Bonnie Hudson, and you are Christopher Hudson, which means... Ah, okay. Okay, I was limiting myself. I was limiting myself to, as close as you can get to identical twins with the pictures I had left. But it actually makes more sense for these guys to be the twins. They're also the only ones that look alike. Okay, so I need to know who you married, what you did as a job, and what you did as a job. You were probably a housewife, since, again, Caroline doesn't like housewives, so she judges you. Let's look up Christopher Hudson. No. Okay. I want to know who you married as well. Probably one of the randoms. Okay, so that narrows it down at least a little bit. That means she married Sam Cattrall and had Cattrall Stephanie, most likely. On account of the fact that that's the only woman left that we don't know the name of. Is there a man still on the list that just doesn't appear twice? Yes, and it's Cornwall Linus. So you married Linus Cornwall. Imagine having a goofy-ass name. Okay. So who the fuck is Sam Cattrall? Oh, sorry. Fuck. Okay, that's... Okay, still nothing. Wait, okay, no, I have a picture then, because that's another Stephanie. Stephanie Cattrall. She was a student, K through 12, because it says middle school behind her. Okay, so in terrible news, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means somebody's wrong. In what way, I am unsure. But somebody, maybe you're in college. No, not looking good. You were definitely the president. Or were you the third? I guess not. You're not the first, you're not the second, and you're not the fourth. Or you're not the fifth, rather. So were you not a housewife? Let's look up Bonnie Hudson. A small article from 1977. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister. So he's named Guy, and she married Christopher Hudson. Does that help me? Not really. But that's good to know. Twin sister. That at least confirms. Kellogg. Oh, yeah, that's Kellogg David III. And I already got Kellogg David IV and Kellogg Bethany. There's no Kellogg's left. Boys and girls, now Guy's taking over the Roottrees Company. He's president number 3. Okay. President number... Maybe he's president number 4. And this... Fuck. I keep having such high hopes. I think third, fourth. I think that's right. Who would have known that one of these two adorable redheads? A guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery due, arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Okay, so confirmed, he's president number 3. Confirmed. Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I... Thank you for confirming that, my buddy. Plan to reflect on a life well lived. A guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Let me look that up. I've got something printing. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s. Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. Damn, that would be a good advertisement back then. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to evidence. Let's take a look. Demon children. Premise the boy. Yeah. Okay. Picture. Demon children. Look at those faces. Well, I have an additional picture for you both. I can't put them there yet, because apparently I've gotten something wrong. Maybe you're an advertiser? No? I guess still housewife. Why are they demons? Look at their faces. I don't know. These are just like evil. They look evil. They look fine. They don't look that bad, but they do look... I don't know. It's some in their eyeballs. There's no life there. When they go home, their battery dies. You know what I mean? How is there 2 pieces of evidence? Oh, the 2 pieces of evidence are faces? You suck. Damn it. Well, I mean, that confirms at least that these are correct. No, this has to be right. Okay. I think I looked up Bonnie Hudson already. Okay, let's look up Bonnie Kellogg. No luck. No luck there. Da, 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 da. At least she's got some sick-ass music to serenade me while we're sitting here. Do I have a picture of Sam Cattrall? I don't think I do. What if I look up the Cattrall? I spelled that wrong, didn't I? The Butler County Times has had consistent ads for tours and demonstrations at the First Anderson Maple Farm. For a very long time, the farm also appears every so often in a section about things to do in Butler County. It seems that twice each summer, the Roottrees Candy Company's current head of farming, Mrs. Cattrall, returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces was made at the beginning of the century. The demonstration provides free samples of the original 5 flavors. They cost quite a lot to attend and sell out every time, so the Butler County recommends getting tickets. Excuse me, the moment they go on sale. The ads and blurbs do not have relevant information. However, the farm does offer discounts on Tuesdays. Hell yeah. What does that have to... Oh, because that came up with Mrs. Cattrall, which had to be her. Because she's the farmer. Does that mean she's CEO then? I'm gonna keep it farmer. Feels relevant. Because Anderson Maples, and that's on account of Gwyneth there. So that has to be correct. That has to be correct. This has to be correct. The worst part is, where the hell did these... where'd the picture go? Where do these go? Where do these girls go? Chocolate's not the normal menu on the candy. No, the candy started with these. Actually, no. Wait, wrong one. The candy started with this one. The Roottrees 5 pieces. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, CE is for cinnamon extract, and M is for melon. And at the very end, M was for Miracle Berry. So this was the original flavors, and chocolate wasn't made till later. Maybe I specify Sam. What about... No, I looked up Kellogg already. I looked up Hudson. Yeah, Guy Hudson. I've already looked up Edward. I could look up Cornwall. Okay, Cornwall is definitely a big name, so that should have come up with something, but that's fine. It's not relevant to my shit anyway, because I've already finished his string. Good news is I'm getting close. Okay, so Nicole has to be this little girl. And that means... Yeah, let's look up some of the other names. Bean. No? Okay, can I look up Deborah Bean? No? I mean, that wouldn't help me right now anyway, but I'll put Deborah... let me see the other names. Laura Carlson. Okay, so our options are April Quaritch, Joan Monroe, Patricia Jones, and Carlson Laura. Let's look up Carlson Laura. No. Let's look up Patricia Jones. No. Let's look up Joan Yeah, what about Jones? No, what about Carlson? No, what about... what was the other name? It was way too long. Quaritch. Okay. No. Really? A name like Quaritch gotta come up with something. That has to be a rare enough name to come up with something. The issue that I'm kind of losing hope on a little bit is the fact that I'm relatively certain I got most of these right. Hello, sweetie. I love you. You have a good day at work? Okay. Okay. Well, don't forget your cardio. Okay. Love you, sweetie. It is quite warm. It's been very moist. Woefully so. Love you, sweetie. Ooh, wait, hold on. Okay, so this is Roottrees November. I'm betting the person also named after a month is their mom. Now, who the fuck is Roottrees November? What if I look up the... Chocolate. Candy. 5 pieces. Okay, woefully this was not helpful. What if... No. No, I was going to try to look up on Starlet. Because that's like the celebrity gossip column or whatever. But the issue is the remaining Roottrees aren't. You know what I mean? None of them are... You know? Okay, so what am I missing in terms of actual... I still know his job. I know you guys' job. You guys have to be correct. You have to be correct. Oh, wait. I don't know which of you came first, actually. So what if Gwyneth goes here? And you... are the younger kid. I knew I was getting there. All right, so I got the twins. Hey, I finally got the picture. Okay, so this is going to be Sam. I don't know who this is yet. This is going to be the child. And you're a student. Already marked that. And you're going to be Stephanie. You are a student. Okay. So, I'm going to also put you guys as alternate pictures, because I can lock those down now. Okay, so these two, I'm relatively certain we did good. I'm not sure who his wife is yet. Actually, let me see. You're not holding anyone, so you weren't married yet, loser. Wait. Y'all didn't bring your husbands along? I mean, that's got to be that way, but still. Okay, so I don't know your wife. I don't know your wife. I still don't know your job because you're cringe. I've officially hit damn near finished. So I need to know Elias C's job, and I need to know a few spouses, and I need to know who Rootree November is. Because I've never even seen mention of a November Rootree so far. So you're married to someone, Clancy Jr. You're married to Patricia. You're married to Bean. You're married to Carlson. Yeah. Sure. I've only got 2 pictures left. It's not looking good. Who are you married to? Joe. Let's go with that. Feel the picture should be easy to pick out. Well, the issue is I still have 2 pictures. I'm relatively certain either one or both of them is these guys. Because the problem I'm looking at is they look like sisters. Am I right? So I guess, and probably a student. Maybe college? No, just student. That leaves me missing on the younger kids. Unless the top secret is you being in the family. Hold on, let's I'm gonna go back to that piece of evidence I was on before that mentioned solid as a rock. So if he's married Jane to keep her from so not that one then. Was it under Sam? She didn't say any names. True, but it helps me know who her parents will be, because you know. Oh, I think it was in this one. Or maybe not. Yeah, it's in the older variant. Here it is. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did. Bring home someone who'd be illegal to marry if we lived south of Pennsylvania. So one of her brothers. Ah, it's gonna be you. So you're November. Then who are you? Because she said one of her brothers brought home somebody illegal to marry south of Pennsylvania. So that's gonna be who November is. So who in the cockamamie is Matt and Nicole? Who are you? I don't know you. One of the blondes? Well, let's find out. Okay, so I've either got something wrong or I don't have her picture yet. Because I know this is Stephanie, because that's what it said on the art project by Clark over here. I still don't know your occupation. What do you do? Who is your father? Lawyer. Let's try lawyer. Let's try actor. Nope. Advertiser. Architect. Artist. Author. You were a baby. Cashier. CEO. Chef. Comedian. Construction. Dancer. Director. Doctor. Driver. Farmer. Older blonde is the mom. She's lighting a candle like it's birthday. No, the candle they're lighting is on account of remembrance. It's a Shiva candle. Sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects. So that might be the mom. Actually, you might be right. Because it was sent to Carl from to Carl and Brenda. But it looks a lot like one of these kids, but eh. Alright. Back to the journey. Firefighter. Hairdresser. Sorry, I meant you housewife. Interior design. Manufacturer. Mechanic. Media mogul. Military. Model. Musician. News anchor. Nurse. Pilot. Police. Politics. Preacher. You're not one of the presidents. Principal. Pro athlete. Professor. Public speaker. Retail. Screenwriter. Secretary. Wait, hold on. Okay, she did say before that all of her brothers pursued paths of knowledge. So it's a big brain job. Student. Travel agents? Architect? Author? Cashier? CEO? Chef? I'm gonna click chef. Okay, I've got no idea about Elias C's job. No idea about November Roottrees. I think I'm right. No idea about these two, like even a little bit. And then, you know, all the rest are just... Stumperino. Okay, let's check what it wants me to look at. It looks like I've got one piece of evidence in 4 different things. One is in the campaign mailer. Ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note. It seemed personal. Excerpt from a newspaper article. I've already read the article. No, we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie... Maybe I can look love is our future? That seems like a slogan, so maybe... Apparently not. Okay, let's look up... I'm gonna look up Brian Jones on the periodicals. Best prices in bulk printing. Right, let's go to your website again. Maybe your website's got something good that I missed. Address, hours, and a few examples of clients. Okay, Stephanie Jones campaign mailers, Roottrees Candy Company banners and posters, Butler County Holiday Light post banners, Miracle Network tour flyers, Roottrees Motors coupon flyers. I did that already. Butler County School District various banners / posters, Butler Summer Theater posters and set contributions for Children of Eden. I looked up Butler Summer Theater earlier. What if I just looked up the Butler County School District? Maybe that'll give me a... Oh, apparently not. Let's go back to the Butler Summer Theater. I looked this up earlier, but... Ooh. Ooh. Maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Thanks. Appreciate it. Local Dance School. Local Dance School. November Studios. So it has to be relevant to you, right? Well, she's a kid, so I figure she's in school, but I figure it's named after her. And maybe her mom has, like... That could be an old photo. It is. Yeah, you're flat out right. It is. It is an old photo because this was in the this is taken in the 70s, and the dance studio is from well, this game's modern day, so 1998, 1997. That's good to know, though. I don't know how I'm meant to find a... What if I looked up... What if... Okay, what if I... Put in your nickname... Granted, this is a bit of a red herring. I probably don't need to look up her picture anyway. I'm just trying to find out, because regardless, the name Madsen, like, that's going to carry on to whoever the child is. But, marriage is still think I'm right on that front. Which front? Do you mean? Do you mean the picture for Nicole? I'll let our conflict spread to the next... Maybe you mention a different magazine? The issue is I think I have it all correct. Oh no, I still don't know this fucker's job. And I can't lock in any of them until his dumbass is set in stone. Okay, Elias C., you fuck. I hate you. I hate you and I think you're an asshole. If only I knew who you were married to, I could probably find you by looking up your wife's name. Let's try a Jones Patricia. I think I did this already. I'm gonna stop doing that. Elias C. Where do I find you, Mr. Elias C.? Clark names rolling on down to the city. Let's check rolling on down to the city. There's one piece of evidence here, it says. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. Let's look up Mr. Peter again. Modern Music Monthly. Right. What? Okay. What if I look up some of the songs on here? Right, I have that already. Named Candy. I knew that. Or Eli's for Pete's sake, that's how it is. I saw Eli in town, wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's how they became Uncle Junior, Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Family names were always unusual, blah, 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 blah. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle Eli or Clancy. With the women, however, it goes out the window. Wait. This is a long shot. Ah. Okay, it was a long shot and I was wrong. Fuck. See, my thought process was that she says at the bottom, there was mail for Edward Clancy Roottree, and she said that they got her father's name backwards, but what if they didn't? What if they meant it for an Elias Clancy Roottree and just got the first name wrong? The issue is that nothing comes up. Woeful. Tragic. Are there books I missed? Possibly. What if I look up Edward Clancy Roottree? What? I just... Copy. No luck. Okay, maybe they did. Maybe they did get his name wrong. My bad. My bad. Damn. Elias C., you are putting me through it today. Lord knows Eli C. stepped up. This is like the only mention of Eli C. so far. Raised Clark and Jim as brothers when he could. Eli's marriage seems fine. But why is that all you're saying, though? What if I do Eli C. Roottree? What if I do Eli C. Roottree over here? Because that saves me from looking... Okay. I might need help from the duck. I'm definitely feeling a little stuck, if I can be on God. Is there a book I've missed? Okay, that seems relevant. So what I'm gonna do, because this seems at least somewhat relevant since it keeps sending me back to this fucking thing, I'm gonna go to the website of her husbando, and I'm going to look up the other things. So there is nothing else. Fuck. What do you do, Eli C? What did your kid do? Musician, student. Does that mean you were a musician? What about just look up Roottrees in general? The Roottrees sisters. What was the generation that Eli C is from called? This one? The next okay, the next generation. So let me look up that. The Next Generation is a television series in the Star Trek franchise. Oh. Star Trek is primarily known for inspiring the song Star Trekkin' by The Firm, which hit #1 on UK singles charts in 1987. Currently 2 spin-offs, Voyager and Deep Space Nine, are ongoing. Season 5, Episode 9 of Voyager is set to air in 3 days. Damn, really? Okay. Honestly, is there a reference to Star Wars? Boo! Okay. Whatever. Fucking Star Trek nerds. Your picture can't be wrong. Your name can't be wrong because I'm out of fucking Roottrees. The only thing wrong is your job. And I don't know about the rest. I mean, flat out, I have to assume... Let me look at the jobs. I'll read them out to you. Actor, advertising, architect, artist, author, baby, cashier, CEO, chef, comedian, construction, dancer, director, doctor, driver, farmer, firefighter, hairdresser, housewife, interior design, lawyer, manufacturing, mechanic, media mogul, military, model, musician, news anchor, nurse, pilot, police officer, politics, preacher, the 5 different presidents, principal, pro athlete, professor, and public speaker. Retail, screenwriter, secretary, the 2 students, and travel agent. But the issue is none of these fucking things mention... Doctor, maybe? Maybe. It doesn't seem like it. Unless, maybe I can look up Dr. Roottrees? Okay, sorry, let me spell out Doctor. No. Dr. Eli? Dr. Elias? What if I looked up Jim Roottrees Dad? No. For that higher knowledge. I mean, Lauren... This is Lauren. Lauren did say that all of them pursued... like, knowledge paths. But I've tried every knowledge one, which means odds are somebody else is wrong. So I need to be certain for him so I can start working on the others. You know? The answer is advertising. What the fuck does advertising have to do with higher knowledge? You asshole. Oh, you were right, though, about the picture. Madsen Nicole. I got a few achievements. Let's take a look. Locked in everyone in Next Generation. Locked in everyone in the Free Spirits. Sick of beans, brother. So let me go through and close all these Twitch links I have in the background. A lot of them have either stopped streaming or raided me, so... One of the girls has boob, the other doesn't. Hey, some people are just like that.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
The last 2 are optional and won't lock in until you say, I'm ready. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search. Ah, right. Okay, so I got damn near every spouse wrong. Unfortunately. I'm gonna guess you're Patricia. I'm gonna guess you're Carlson. I'm gonna guess you're Joan. And you're Joan, and you're Bean. I don't actually know how to make them lock in now. Outside of these guys. Okay, so these have to be manually put in. They took care of Samantha while Elias Jr. couldn't be married to Christensen Patricia here. While, you know, before it came out that she was a Rootree, because she is a baby out of wedlock. So I need to find out who EC is. EC is the farmhand that took care of her, which is going to be mentioned in the diary, which is going to be in Scandal, I believe. Elias Rootree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp and a certain name, Samantha Rootree. Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Tricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul and Eli Jr., harbored a secret romance. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Rootrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. So, EC. She's part of the Anderson Farm. So let's look up Anderson Maple Farms. No. Is that not called the Anderson Farms? I thought it was. Maybe in the periodicals? Anderson Maples, right there. How dare you lie to me? Find some information on a website. The first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Probably another Elias. Honestly, maybe. All we know is EC, and I don't have a picture yet. But few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Rootree was Gwyneth Anderson. So, if I just look up Anderson Maple, will that come up with something? Why not? So, Anderson Maple Farm. I can look up and find. So let's do farming. I'll go back to the section. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. So let's actually go to the original diary here. Patsy, oh, that was Patricia Christensen. Right here. Patsy was her nickname. Sam, an obscure relative, had to be included. Why Sam? Granny had sisters and Granny had a brother or two. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me, said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm along the way to work. John. For now, I'm putting John. I'm getting the feeling that it's going to be John and EC. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli is thrilled. The issue is EC is mentioned so rarely, because these are the 2 times I've seen EC mentioned, and that's it. Oh shit, maybe it was the Cossells. Because it says her mother's family is called the Cossells. Lauren's mother. So the Cossells. Can I get anything from the Cossells? Maybe under periodicals? No luck. So Lauren... Sarah, maybe Sarah. I'm realizing I've been putting in Cassell's, so of course nothing's going to come up. So the odds of his last name being Cassell is not impossible. So I can put Cassell there, but I need a first name and I need a picture. Which means there's going to be a smoking gun at some point that I can collect that's going to tell me who this guy is, because I don't have a picture yet. Maybe... Hold on, let me... no, not that. Why mention that? Why mention that it goes on sale on Tuesdays? Did I misspell Tuesdays? Fuck. This might still be dead end, but... Damn. This one I expect to be tough because it's doing it kind of intentionally. It's meant to be. Hmm. My bad. There we go. Periodicals? Oh, shit, you're right. So... has had consistent ads for tours and demonstrations at the First Anderson Maple Farm for a very long time. The farm appears to every so often in a section about things to do. Oh no, this is all the same stuff. No luck. Maybe... let me look up Gwyneth. And I wonder if there's a book here. What is this? Why does this keep sparkling? No, this is the same stuff. Duck, will you even help me with this part? Oh, maybe. I don't want to resort to that if I don't have to. You know what I mean? I also sadly don't have any way to lock in the rest of the people. Who is EC? Guardian, adoption, or otherwise, to Samantha Roottrees. And unfortunately, it's giving me no mark for actual evidence either. He's listed alongside an old residence called Hunchetop House. Small feature details a building that Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm worked on called Hunchetop House. It also mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunchetop House seems unrelated to the Roottrees. But I think it is related. I think it's irrelevant because this man's a farmhand. Damn it. You know what? Let's look through every single piece of evidence. Just kind of go through, see what we can see. No. This is the book. There's a few mentions of EC in here, but... Right, I read this part already. No mention of EC in that. Ah, okay, so this is what I have so far in the story. Nothing new on that one. The boys and girls agree. Already did that. Campaign mailer. That's not going to mention EC. Sorry, I thought I had a clue on Cherry Tree, so maybe his mom's name was named Cherry or something. No. The Cousins Art Project. You need to fill in the family tree. These are all the names I already have. Eloise, where did you see Eloise? I said I didn't see an Eloise. Oh. Actually, do I have Eloise? Oh, wait, no. Eloise was, her wife. That's who Eloise is. I don't know why she doesn't have a last name. Unless... I mean, it could be possible. It's possible that maybe Caroline and Eloise took over for Samantha for a while, but they were born after, like, a long time after she was, so that doesn't make sense. I was hopeful though. I thought that was a good one. You know what? Let's look up Red Rootree again. This was a red herring before. Aloysius Herring Rootree, aka Red, appointed judge. Claimed to be related to the Rootrees, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence. My bad. Try and find stuff through John. Yeah, maybe, but all we get is the name John, which I feel like there's a lot of Johns. Okay, I'll keep looking through what I can like find. Oh wait. Okay, so this was a novel produced by Tina Angelina, which took old letters that she found and gave them an erotic twist, and she published that. So I'm actually going to read these because it's specifically mentioning Patricia and the guy, I don't remember his name. So maybe. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Ch were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin. Twisted twin seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Twisted twin. I'm gonna look up Tina Angelina. Okay, so only that book, that's it? What? Oh, Steamy Correspondence. Shit, the name of the book is... Sorry. Twisted Twin. Okay, that's got me so fucking... Oh. Oh, no. Who's your Twisted Twin? If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Of your brother's... Wait. Tina Angelina doesn't know the name of the father. So the twisted twin isn't Elias Jr. The twisted twin is of Patricia's. So there's a twisted twin of Patricia Christensen. So ECC stands for Christensen, I think. So let me see if I can look up a Patricia... Actually, just... what's the last name? How's it spelled? Christensen. Okay. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County on a World War II history page. Some are old birth announcements in the Butler County Times from the then owner Matthias Christensen. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia, the third of his 4 children. Why would you not tell me who the other children were, you fuck? There was a front page in 1944 stating that the Vice President of the United States had stopped there. Who was the president in 1944? Is that going to be the twist? It was the fucking president. The company stopped being advertised in 1949. Around that time, there was a blurb stating that Matthias was stepping down and attempting to sell. I'm going to look up who the president was in 1944. Was that not... It wasn't EC. Sorry, one second. It was Roosevelt, so no, it was not EC. Mentioned them a few times, mostly around the time of World War II. It appears they went all in on the war effort and were even commended by the Vice President, who visited the factory in person. An article from about 4 years after the war ended said that the expansions and modifications were no longer sustainable during peacetime, and the company was being sold. Oh, wait, no, vice president. 1944, so Henry A. Wallace was the vice president during 1944, so not that. Matthias, baby, that is a good point. After all, I can't find anything about Patricia. Am I misspelling Matthias? No, I'm spelling it right. This has got me so stumped. It being Christensen. So, okay, so the brother of Patricia Christensen, the twisted twin of the brother of Patricia Christensen. Now, does that help me? No, because I can't find out what her brother's names are. In fact, the only family I can find of hers is her father, which does not help me because apparently he doesn't have any Google search. Let's look up speed again. I might have to ask the duck. Unless you have any ideas that I can't think of, I may be forced to ask the duck. Because I'm trying not to. I'll keep going through this first. It's not going to be anything here. True. Maybe I can look up the Christensen twins. No luck. Unless I'm misspelling Christensen, which is possible. All right. Well, I'll keep going through this, and then I'll come back if I find no luck. So there's Samantha right there, to the right. This is Samantha right here. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also don't think a fair miracle made it in. This is just the Raffertys. Wilkins. Wouldn't be there, wouldn't be there. Alright, duck time. Duck, give me a hint. One of the diary entries offhandedly mentions a relative appearing in a publication. I bet you can track that article down? It does? I'm not sure this will be helpful, but yeah, alright. I mean, I can look her up in Starlit, assuming that's what it means. Nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Rootree has power. So... Oh, yes, because that was her father's name. Right. That wasn't helpful. Was that what it meant? Maybe not. I'm Stumperino'd. Well, there's Swashbuckle My Heart again. I mean, I can look up Swashbuckle My Heart. Right, she didn't write under Lauren Rootree. I do not remember what she used to write under. Swashbuckle. Thank you. No copies available, re-released as X marks the spot. Okay. Oh, right, because she did that as Rootree. Buried Treasure by Lauren Rootree. The author of the Court series. What if I look up the Court series? Alright, Duck, I need help again. Guy Hudson's death sounded a bit suspicious. Perhaps a local publication might have more information? Search for Guy Hudson in Butler County Times. Okay. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front-page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife, Patricia, dying in a car accident. Okay, so where is Guy Hudson again? Wife Patricia. Okay, so that tells me that Jones Patricia belongs there. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. I disagree. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. Guy had been president of the Rootree Company for only 4 years, though an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. Okay, well, I need another hint, because that didn't fix anything. Ah, The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 1. What if you got a hint for the wife? Oh, yeah, I did. So I went in and I put in the wife for him. For him. Patricia. And that's the only thing so far. Now, the Duck said to search this by Charles Lee. Found all evidence, and the Roottrees are dead. I've found all the evidence, apparently. This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to ancient Egyptians, and it chronicles candy through the year 1924. It includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. Rootree, 5 pieces. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, EC is for egg cream. Which they changed to CE for Clancy Edward. However, in the revisit of the diary, Edward Clancy Rootree, she got a letter for, so I think the farmhand is Edward Clancy Rootree. Otherwise, why would EC be on it? You know what I mean? EC for Egg Creek. Give me another hint, Ducky. All possible evidence towards this mystery is in your hands. It's up to you now. You don't need to open the computer again. In fact, you could disconnect from the internet right now and still be able to solve the mystery. Press the button again. I'll tell you exactly where to look. If you want to believe me this time, then take a look at your photos and keep in mind the era in which EC would have lived. Ended up having, well, CE for cinnamon extract is still on here. So Clancy Edwards already existed. Edward Clancy was somebody that Lauren believed didn't exist at all. So I think Edward Clancy Rootree is EC. It said to look at my pictures and to think about the era in which EC would have lived. What's on the new one? Oh, this is the new one. The new piece of evidence, but the one they updated, they removed EC. So it has E and CE, but no EC. And then the newest one is just an ad. So Edward Clancy, I don't know who Edward Clancy Rootree was married to. It said to look at my pictures and pay attention to the era in which EC would have lived. Well, he would have lived at the same time as the Five Pieces. I don't think I would have thought to click on his face. Is he in every picture? No. See, these don't lock in until I click I'm ready. I think this is... I don't know who the spouse is, but I think this part's right. Like, I feel pretty confident that this is right. But I also don't want to click I'm ready until I know. What do you think? Should I commit? Should I do it, or should I ask the duck? See if the duck has any points for me. Damn, how wild that that's the photo. I think it's right. All right. Finish. The Roottrees Are Dead. Woeful. We got it wrong, I think.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Rootree, and his partner was John Miller?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know the Miller part, but yeah.
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Oh, apparently we were right.
I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Rootree. Yep, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
Word.
My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces.
Even so,
She just didn't know my full reasoning.
Even so, she seems to blame more than just the 2 of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. I love how it's giving us quotes to reinforce what she's saying.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man, but his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
This game is fascinating. Guess what, Sailor? It's not even done yet. This is only part 1. There's a part 2 called Rootree Mania as the next part that you can only do after you do part 1. So there's more.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
Is it included? Yes. Yeah, it comes with the game. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC.
We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family.
Pop warned us away from that farm for years.
But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
I got angry when I met a girl who I did not like. She said, "Your Pop is my dad."
Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard.
Oh, shit.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background, the 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy.
Oh yeah, we read this a couple times, so I won't read this again, but...
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces.
None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Ah, no wonder she hated them.
My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president.
Oh, so he never even became president. Ernie Jr. had been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long, long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie.
But in the family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Rootree. He nearly ruined the company.
Ernest had originally trained to succeed, but had been passed for unspecified reasons.
When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions.
Oh, okay, so he did. Okay, good. By spearheading the formation of Root. Okay.
Ernie earned about $36.
Known as a bit eccentric and reclusive, opting to forego the typical luxuries of the average Rootree. Damn.
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Ah, so that's Debbie. Deborah Bean. Damn. It's a good idea. It's a good game. Very, very worth the try. I think you'll have a lot of fun, especially figuring it out at first. It's a lot at first. But yeah, go ahead and make some dinner. I'll be ending stream soon anyway.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry.
Rubber Rootree in French court.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
I mean, he was out of wedlock, but only on account of the fact that they divorced right before she gave birth. So that's the...
That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as. And that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else.
Agreed.
The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light.
Hell yeah.
And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life.
Damn, talking about set for life, that's so much money.
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
Oh, that's what the part 2 is about, isn't it?
Thanks again, and so long.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
Sam Medson's book was published. It received mixed reviews. New president took over the company. Faded from the news cycle. Damn, really? Everything... Wait, what? There's another mystery solved. I knew that. Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game. I'm a secret Roottrees. That's good. Roottrees Mania. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. I'll start it. I'm not going to do that today. But I am going to start it, see if it's, like, different at all. But yeah, 100%. Roottrees Mania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you tied up any loose ends before starting. I sure have. Oh my god, that's such a... It's a so much bigger list. Oh no. Hi.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Yeah, I remember. You got the funny head.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Am I about to be murdered?
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
On God.
Now that it's public knowledge the Clancid Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
Of course.
The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Oh no. Okay, so that's so that locked in for me. Everybody above. And okay, you can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled. You'll have to be extra sleuthy this time around to discern the truth. Pay close attention to what you find and look into loose ends. So, possible infidelity 1, possible infidelity 2, possible infidelity 3, and the family tree update 1998. So, I'm guessing for this one, Stephanie had a kid. I'm guessing that's what that's going to be. Stephanie Jones had her kid, which, cool. That'll have to be next time. I didn't want to do both, and honestly, I kind of expected that was going to be the end of the game. But next time we'll follow up and we will finish out with Roottrees Mania. Well, if I can finish it. I've still got some achievements left, but that's fine. All right, let's... close this. And close that. Damn, did the ads just start? Not now! Don't play ads, you fuck. If ads did start, I'll wait out till they end. I think they just started. So I'm gonna wait just a couple seconds, make sure it did not in fact start. While I look at our options here. Who is live today? I see Kimmy's on Elden Ring. I see Kato's on Deltarune. Oh, ads did start. I fucking knew it. I knew it. Fuck. I knew they would be. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Oh well, oh well. I need to do that. Let's see. Type this name in. Alright, I don't think anybody's gonna... Well, ads are playing anyway. But I don't think anybody is going to vote today. Let's take a look at my options, and let's see who we're going to hit on today. Let's see. I haven't rated Kimmy recently. I definitely haven't rated Prince recently. It's been a while since I've seen Prince. And I definitely haven't... Well, not them either. Apparently, we're not going to interact anymore. What a bummer. Anyway, so not that person. Let's go to the PC. Oh, yeah, you didn't even see, Sailor. Right after you left, the second part opened up. Apparently, there's just more. There's 4 different infidelities that you have to investigate. Because now a bunch of people are showing up saying, hey, I'm definitely one of the kids too. Hey, hello, Bort. Being blind to part 2 and playing it myself, word. I mean, I'm gonna play it next week, Wednesday, still, because I still want to finish the game. 10 out of 10 fucking game. Love the Roottrees Are Dead. So good. Like, it just so unreasonably good. But hello, Bort. Welcome in. How are you? I'm sorry you joined right as we're leaving. Have I decided on the right people? Yes, I do have a list. I didn't think anyone was gonna vote, but if you want, we can vote. Vote options are gonna be between. I think I've rated them recently. Rate options are gonna be between Prince playing Peak with his friends, or Kimmy playing Elden Ring alone. Probably lurk in that case. No worries. Honestly, it's worth it to play it blind. A game like that. Though honestly, it's so much information that even if you didn't play it blind, you would probably end up still needing a little bit of help. Shit, I was hoping I wouldn't need help. And I was wrong. Did you see my suggestion? I did. Any votes? Otherwise, I will just pick. Which I'm not worried about. What were the options? Kimmy on Elden Ring and Prince on Peak. I haven't seen Prince in a while. I don't think I've seen Kimmy in a while either. So, I'm cool with either or. Prince then. Prince it is. Alrighty. I appreciate everybody hanging out today. I will see you all once again tomorrow for Oblivion Remastered. Let's get the actual... Am I going to spell this right? We'll find out. I did. I'll take that as a win. Alright. I appreciate all y'all being here. I will see you again tomorrow, hopefully, for Oblivion Remastered. You are all awesome. Roottrees is a very good game. I very much look forward to playing more Roottrees. It's just it's so good. Like, it's so interesting. Like, I don't think I've ever had a game just had me completely zeroed in on just the game before for that long. Like I didn't think about anything else the entire time I played that fucking game. I was so hyper-focused. But I will see all of you tomorrow, and I hope you all have fantastic days. Peace.